Haha, ready for party night, and I'm shooting a video, and there's no one here yet, so that's fine. I'm just going to set some stuff up over here. Okay, let's do this. This will be very quick. For anyone watching this back later. Alright. That there and that there. Open this up a bit. Ooh, that's a bit wobbly. Okay. Got my green background, but still no one here. It's interesting. Okay. Might even be done. I can get some water before I do anything. Because that's what happens when you're taking control of the kitchen. You're in everyone's way, so you have to help. And the waiting game. Every time I pour this, I go, man, why doesn't it go faster? But I'm also sure if it poured out much faster, physics would take over and you'd get this terrible splashback. So it's better that it does it gradually. One of my more grown-up lockdown purchases is this fridge. Yep. Certainly the single most expensive lockdown purchase. There's a bit. Right. Just gonna make a little video for my old fashioned. Right, let's do this. And do this. What's that like? Chicken. The framing. That's pretty good. Okay. Audio recorder. Best have some sound as well. Do 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 do. Oh, she's neat. Okay, that's ready. This is ready. We're all ready. Okay. Just gonna adjust that a teeny bit. G'day cocktail lovers, it's Old Fashioned Week. Apparently, excellent excuse to make an old fashioned. Not that I need an excuse. You can make an old fashioned with any spirit. The formula is spirit, sugar, bitters, and water from the ice when you stir it. But I'm going to go with the classic whiskey. And one of the things I love about the old fashioned It's so straightforward, you can build it right in your glass. Get a good rocks glass, put a big chunk of ice in there, pour over 2 ounces or so of the whiskey of your choice, and then put 1/4 to 1/2 an ounce of sugar syrup, depending on your taste, then 2 dashes of bitters, give that a stir, and you've got your old fashioned. In terms of garnishes, I like to go classic. I like to spritz some orange peel oils over the top, wipe that around the edge of the glass, and then I drop it straight in. And if I'm feeling extra indulgent on myself, I'll put in a maraschino cherry on a skewer as well. And there's our old fashioned. There's a reason versions of this have been popular since the 1800s. It's a great drink. Cheers. All right. Sorry, I'm making a video. Hello, Kayla and Luke. Slow start, so I'm doing a video. In fact, I'm done. I'll switch these things off. Stoppity stop. Stoppity stop. Light off. All right, that off. Put that over there, and I'll come back and say hello. Oh, now it's pointing wrong because I'm back here now. Let's do this. Okay. Classic, old-fashioned to start the evening. I am also going to do an old-fashioned inspired by a Harvey Wallbanger in a bit. Actually, I have to consult my list. What am I going to do now? Old-fashioned, doing now. Mai Tai I've actually done. I'm using Trello, like a project management software. Harvey Wallbanger, a Manhattan. Nice. I've got a batched, barrel-aged Manhattan in my fridge, but I'll make one fresh for a video. Heidi ho, Nettie. How are you doing? And Luke, I'm doing fine. Hope you are too. And cheers. Starting with my old-fashioned. Oh man, that's good. Oh, this my most recently purchased whiskey, a very limited run single malt from the Tiny Bear Distillery. They're in Knoxfield. What's that? Half an hour, 45 minutes from me, something like that. They mostly do gins, and they do very nice gins, but every now and then they release whiskies. And I got this one. How many bottles is this? Only 146 bottles. So it's kind of funny, like, you know, people have asked me in the past, what's the rarest thing you've got? I think they expect it to be something super expensive. And I mean, this cost me less than $100, and there's less than 150 of them in the world, which would make this the rarest thing I have. But it's just from a little distiller, and so it's not that expensive. Makes a fucking awesome old-fashioned, though. Trying to remember the sugar syrup I used. This is why I'm getting extra flavors, because the sugar syrup I used was an oleo saccharum. I made one, I think it was like lemon peel that I covered in raw sugar. And then the sugar draws all the oils out of the lemon peel and turns into a syrup. And then just add a little bit, tiny bit of water to get I just put a little bit of boiling water in to get the sugar to completely dissolve. And you got this really rich sugar syrup. So it's just whiskey, sugar, bitters, and it's a fucking kick-ass drink. So that's got me rolling for the evening. So yeah, I'm probably going to do. What did I say with my? I was talking about doing the cerise gin. I think Mimsy wants to come in. Yes, look at her. Oh no, I thought that's very effective the way Mimsy's pushing that door open. And Mrs. Angry's just messing with me. Oh, you're going to get frantic Mimsy now. She's going to get some leftovers and she knows it. And she gets progressively more frantic the closer she gets to actually getting the leftovers. The peak of franticness comes with the scraping of the bowl because she knows what that sound means. And she gets super carried away at that point. As you can hear, I'm sure, I'm not making it up. Those are real Mimsy sounds as she gets increasingly desperate to get the leftovers. It's actually mostly Parmesan cheese. She really likes Parmesan cheese, but there's probably a little bit on top of that. She's so excited to be getting it. I gave her a bit of bacon the other day, and she lost her fucking mind. I just gave like some tiny pieces because I was making a pasta thing and I was chopping up some bacon, and I gave her just like tiny pieces and put in this little dish, and she was like licking the dish for 10 or 15 minutes. It was she's a cat possessed, basically. She's a very silly beast. Sorry, Mrs. Angry is just piling up some potential treats for TV viewing in the next room. I'm missing out, but actually no, because there's still heaps more treats up there I can get. I'm probably going to try to not indulge too much. Hey, Rays, what's up, man? I'm just going to be making cocktails tonight. It's very. Oh no, I'm going to do a gin one. And I did rum ones. So I am mixing it up. So I'm thinking this is for my cocktail channel. I'm doing a short. Well, my plan is to do a video a day, every day in November. Most of them will be shorts. And so far, I've got them done all the way up to Monday. I've been doing them each day, and I've already got the ones up to Monday uploaded and scheduled on YouTube. Going to try and do at least 3 videos tonight, which means 3 cocktails, of course. Old Fashioned was the first one. And then I'll be like a long way ahead. So then I can arguably put a bit more thought into video and maybe make some longer ones. But apparently it's a good way to build up a little bit of audience on YouTube at the moment to do shorts. And in fact, I have seen some success for the first few days. Luke, I know a few of the regulars are out tonight. And, that's well and good. People have lives. I encourage people to have lives, even if I miss them a bit, if they're not on the stream. Very much encourage people to have lives. So not sure who we'll be seeing tonight and who we won't, but I'll soldier on regardless, because that's just the sort of little trooper that I am. This is some of my sexy clear ice. Look how clear my ice is. My sexy clear ice in here. I want to use this for the second Old Fashioned as well. And I'm going to maybe make my second cocktail sooner than I normally would, because it's wild and crazy and Friday night, and who knows what can happen. Then I might drink something non-alcoholic if I do 2 cocktails really quickly. Rays, you want to make videos, gotta be careful. Visa won't let you make money for 2 years. Ah, yes. Visas can be very interesting. Well, I guess you don't have to monetize. Oh, no. See, Nettie also having cat issues. So Pounce is unconvinced that you fed him. Well, Mimsy got her little treat of the leftovers and then left. She's happy. So, all right. Well, okay. That was pretty fast for drinking an old fashioned. So that's essentially a double whiskey that I just knocked back. Oh, I don't care. I try and see if I could do a pretty garnish with this. I mean, a very half-assed pretty garnish. I can't be bothered doing a really complicated one, but I maybe combine the cherry and the orange peel. Like that. See, that looks classy, doesn't it? Does it? Set it on there. There you go. So it reminds me of a Cylon fighter, actually. Sorry, yeah, Ray's sarcasm often doesn't work in text. So, yes, so I missed the sarcasm. All right. You know what? I'm going to get straight in and make this. You can watch me do it. I need to get the ingredients. You know what? I am going to use... What percent alcohol is this? 26%. See, that's like a liqueur. Raise, on average, if you're doing well on YouTube, I think you get about $1 per 1,000 views. There is actually a lot of variance in that, but as a general rule of thumb, if you want to work out how an average YouTuber is making, they're getting about $1 per 1,000 views. So you're not going to get rich unless you got a really big channel. All right. Sorry, I'm going to set some stuff up over here. Look, I'll turn around. Get to see the dirty part of my kitchen. All right, I'm just about to fucking break things, I think. All right. Gotta clean up this place here. I made a little bit of mess making the last one. Just got to clean it up. All right. So, don't want the sugar syrup for this one. I'm gonna rinse this. All right. Navy strength, that's what I'll do. Yes. Navy strength, then I want liquor 43, orange bitters. Right, is my orange bitters out already? I'm not always very tidy, and I find myself... No, that's the cranberry bitters, so that was the orange bitters. Second guessing myself. Orange bitters, got my orange bitters. All right, I am going to stir this on ice. So, okay, let's get my shaker. Got my shaker, and I'm going to put ice in this half, actually. So, move things around. Gotta get my camera. Sorry, what am I missing? Anything in the chat? Hey, Heiny. Regular dude. Okay, so put my light here. Gonna get some ice in this shaker. So, actually, you know what I'm going to do? Rather than that ice, I'm going to use this ice. Right. All right. Getting all these bits together. Bring this around and I'll come back around here where you can see me. Hello. Okay. And a spoon, I'm going to crack this ice. So you get an interesting little bit of ASMR ice cracking. Actually, it's possibly a little bit harsh. I'll apologise ahead of time. One. That was actually a lot more successful than a lot of my ice cracking experiments have been. Reasonably happy with that. Right. Glass. Bright orange light. Okay, setting up the camera. Shoot that in high speed. Alrighty, that looks about right to me. I will get okay, Navy strength gin. Let's rock and roll. Now the cello. And then I guess the only other thing is the Liquor 43. I just realised I'm using the wrong thing. It's too late. I've gone this far. We're going to keep going. Get 2 dashes of orange bitters. Alright, so ice in there. And I'm going to stir it with Gaz Regan's finger. And thank you, Nettie. Once again, this is a Christmas present from Nettie a couple of years ago. There we go, it's starting to melt now. It's a little bit off, I'm at a weird angle because I'm recording it. That's probably enough. That is tasting pretty good. Ooh. Wait, where's my strainer? I think it's in the dishwasher. Cleaning up after last night. So, remove the stirring glass with a take the thing out. Okay, so strain that into the glass. And our garnish. Nice. Okay, so drink made. Now I'm going to move. Turn the camera back around this way. Thank you, Kayla, actually, for reminding me about the actual recording. The bit I forgot to record last night was actually just pouring into the glass, which was annoying because I wanted that image, but not the end of the world. Yeah, I think it was really recording this time. That was, well, it's only embarrassing because I tell you that it actually happened. Okay, so it's over here. Okay. Audio recorder. This will be pretty quick. 2 minutes tops. Not gonna overcomplicate it. Come on, audio recorder, on you go. Line up the camera. That'll do. Maybe adjust it a little. How's that? That's pretty good. That's pretty fun. Have you ever seen a jellyfish that shits? Oh, what do I do then? Shit. Okay. All good? November 9 is Harvey Warbanger Day. The Harvey Warbanger is a pretty crap drink, honestly. Vodka, orange juice, Galliano. Ugh. We're also in the middle of old-fashioned week, so I'm going to try and make an old-fashioned inspired by the flavours of a Harvey Warbanger. I'm making this gin base, and it's going to be split between Navy Strength Gin. Sorry, I was going to actually show off the bottle, because I am legit sucking up to Steve the bartender. It's going to be gin-based, and I'm going to split it between this orangey gin-based liqueur from Threefold Distilling. They call it Tangelo Cello. I'm going to have half of this and half Navy Strength Gin. So 1 ounce of each going into the glass. Then instead of Galliano, I'm going to use some Liquor 43 as the sweetener. It has similar vanilla and herbal notes. I prefer it to Galliano. Then we throw in 2 dashes of orange bitters, Stir that for about 20 seconds to get it nice and chilled and a little dilution. And then we pour that into our waiting rocks glass. And I'm going to throw in a garnish of orange peel and maraschino cherry. And here we have the mutant offspring of Harvey Wallbanger and an old-fashioned. That's actually good. Tastes nothing like a Harvey Wallbanger because it's good. I'm just going to upset some Harvey Wallbanger fans, basically. That is actually good for a complete experiment. All right. Now, I'll ease off making videos for a while and we'll chat. We'll chat. Oh, okay. Adjust this a little bit. Are we? A little bit. Let me do this. Show off my bottles. I haven't been showing off my bottles lately. Show them off a bit. All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the orange peel all the way in and soak my cherry in there too. Look at it, it's like, you know, it's orange juice. This is practically health food. Not that orange juice is health food. Fruit juice is actually not very good for you. You end up with too much sugar. That is pretty yummy. Oh, I promised Mrs. Angry a taste of this. Give me a second. I'm going to give her a taste and I'll come back. Alrighty. Almost as I expected, Mrs. Angry wants one of her own now, so just need to grab a glass and a bit of ice. I didn't put my whiskey back. We'll put the whiskey back. I want this. I'm going to move these things so I can get it in the fridge. Okay, so this and this and this and this. Okay, so putting together an old-fashioned banger. Yeah, that's what I'll call it, old-fashioned banger. Okay, so another strength gin. And put die Stopper back und Angelo Cello. Hey, Lee. And some Liquor 43. Oops, that's a bit much, but it's just a sweet treat then. Und first bitters. First bitters gone. It's all the way over here. Right. Bitters. Okay. And now we want this and this. Got to give Mrs. Angry a bit of orange peel. Here, Justin. All right, from my trusty orange, whose only purpose in life is to provide me with garnishes. Ooh, I need a skewer for Mrs. Angry's cherry. Stab. Ooh, got one first go. Nice. It is a full jar I just opened. It's easier to get them when the jar is full. They can't move around and escape. Escape. Okay. All right. And we just give that a stir. And Mrs. Angry's old-fashioned banger. I'll just take this out to her. All right. Okay. Sitting dune. Oh. And have a sip. Think I will have... actually, I might do an energy drink after this. Seeing it's party night and I maybe want to go long. I think I actually will do that. I think I'll do an energy drink next. Because that'll keep me going for a while. It'll be a pause. I was going to call it a healthy pause. Hardly anything healthy about energy drinks. But a pause. It will give me a pause for drinking any more alcohol. It's the anniversary of both Reagan getting elected president and Obama getting elected president. I mean, it's because they tend to have their elections at around the same time. That's not really that surprising that there's the elections for two different presidents on the same day, but I thought it was a little interesting at least. Ooh, aged care workers are getting a 15% pay rise. Nice. That's a good thing for the aged care workers. Why is this guy getting extradited? Detained in Australia under a veil of secrecy, will vigorously fight his extradition to the United States. Former US Marine arrested. Same week, the British government issued a rare warning about China's recruitment of retired military pilots. Dude's 54. Was arrested at Washington's request, although US authorities have refused to say more and the charges remain sealed. Recently worked in China, training commercial flight crew. Dong, dong, dong. All right, that's some international skullduggery. I love that word, skullduggery. It just, really, even if you've never heard the word, you know it's not good. You don't call something skullduggery if it's good. Skullduggery clearly means you're up to something. Yum, this drink is actually really nice. Lee, I didn't hear that Trump's place in Florida got broken into. Or do you mean by the FBI, or was there another thing? Yes, Nettie, actually, good turn of phrase. If you go past skullduggery, you're up to skullfuckery. That's actually, if I made an absinthe sour once with the base of my 85% alcohol absinthe, and it was actually quite nice. Like I did it more or less as a joke because it seemed like a quite dangerous idea, but I actually quite liked it. But I called it a skullfucker sour. Very dangerous drink. I think like if I did a double of that, that's 4 standard drinks in the one drink. So, goddamn. Was it Dan Andrews investigated by anti-corruption watchdog over awarding 2 grants worth $3.4 million to labelling union on the eve of the 2018 election. Premier and some of his advisors have been key focus in the investigation, looking into how the money was promised to a union despite objections from health department officials. Sounds like you should look into it, really. So grants to the health workers unions train hospital staff. People interviewed as part of the inquiry were asked whether advisors from offices of the Premier and Health Minister pressured departmental officials to sign off on the contract. So the corruption investigators don't want anything public about the story. I thought there was a bug on my arm. So, well, sounds like it should be looked into, quite honestly. Hey, Safa, how you doing? I mean, it's interesting. It comes to light just before the state election. I don't think it will have any influence on the state election unless, like, they suddenly came out with a finding of actual corruption, because that would be important. Crucial meeting. Publicly available footage shows the Premier announcing the funding as a partnership with the union during a press conference. Okay, it's just before the last election. 2 sources with knowledge of the investigation told The Age critical meeting between the Premier and others in October, weeks before the announcement, had been a particular focus of IBAC investigators. Sources alleged Andrews promised the money. Age has confirmed IBAC investigators questioned witnesses. On election on Friday, Andrews was asked if he'd been interviewed. What IBAC is or isn't doing, who they haven't spoken to, is a matter for them, he said. So that's a yes. Fourth known anti-corruption inquiry privately interviewed the Labour leader. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see if anything comes of it. Again, with your spelling, Safa, I'm sorry, but I actually have no idea what you're trying to say there. You got Boise? I don't know what you're trying to communicate there. I haven't used my clear ice for ages. Decided to use it tonight. Does it make the drinks taste better? Who knows? It certainly looks sexy. Yum. Okay, that was good. But I, being Mr. Responsible now and going to... Saf, do you mean booze? Booze is just Booze. If that's what you mean, you may know a slang term that I don't. So, yes. So see, this is what with slang terms it can get confusing. I think you mean booze, though. But good. It's Friday night. I got booze. I just had my second old fashioned in 45 minutes. So that's cool. I'm gonna have a pause on alcohol consumption now. Right. So I'm just going to get a bigger drinking receptacle than this one, which will just take me a second because it's my big glass is in the other room. I had it when I was working on the computer. All right. Got my drinking glass. Okay, big glass. Needs some more ice. Ice, ice, baby, as the saying goes. Oh. So I guess I'm asking you to stop, collaborate, and listen. Oh, goodness me. Oh. Okay. And now for my energy drink of choice. Again, not sponsored, but I sometimes drink these on the stream. By far my favorite energy drink, just taste-wise. And they keep coming out with new flavors as well. And I haven't hated any of them. Sugar-free. No, none of that bad sugar for me. Just a whole bunch of chemicals that I don't know what they are. What are the ingredients? Carbonated water, of course. Citric acid and sodium citrate. Artificial sweeteners. So that's a fun one. Erythritol, sucralose, asulfame potassium, taurine, natural and artificial flavors, Panax ginseng root extract, and preservatives and caffeine, and vitamins. See, it's practically health food. Got guarana seed extract as well. Huh. This is practically health food. He said extremely sarcastically, "Hey kids, this shit's bad for you." I don't necessarily endorse my life choices for other people. But that's nice. Take a little pause from the consuming of alcohol. You know, just because this is a marathon, not a sprint. Not going to do a Tim Smith. Not going to chug it back, get paralytic, and go and crash a car. Even metaphorically. Even though so we're now like 2.5 years into COVID, like 2.5 years into me doing these streams all the time in an attempt to stay sane and maybe share a space to help other people maintain some level of sanity. Just being chill. And yes, there have absolutely been phases and moments during that period on streams where Angry's done the bad thing. The bad thing, drinking significantly too much alcohol. So each time I sort of stumble and make a poor choice, I try to learn from that and try to avoid doing that one again. I managed to come up with a few different bad choices. It's not always the same bad choice. They're like variations on a theme. Arguably, same bad choice is drinking too much. It's manifested in different ways, though, is what I'm saying. So that's why I kind of feel like they were different bad choices. But nevertheless, you know, we can all serve a purpose in this world, even if it's to be a bad example for other people, as in a cautionary tale. I can be a cautionary tale. Hey kids, don't do this. You'll end up like that. You know, I'm just doing my bit for the culture at large. And yes, Nitty, I do tend to get a lot of reminders, which honestly, it's fair. It's only fair. It is. Uh, I should not get a free run when I make one of these poor choices. And obviously, these things it's not a single poor choice. It's like a succession of less than good choices over the course of an evening, usually over several hours. What are you gonna do? Um, oh Jesus! Sorry, just looking at the thing about the corruption. Matthew Guy trying to say the number of anti-corruption investigations to examine the government's unprecedented. Um, Investigations are good if they find people guilty of stuff. Then that's a whole different thing. It's just like, well, what? And Matthew Guy saying, I've said that I believe the corruption commission needs its own powers to be expanded, powers to be more secure expanded, and it's just like, dude, you and your fucking cronies would not last 5 seconds against a corruption investigation. It is just hilarious to me when these assholes say shit that is definitely going to come back and bite them. And it's just like, okay, like this is going to come back here. But again, they don't believe in consequences. They don't believe in consequences for their actions. Wowzers. So Lee, you've learned success can mean disassociating with certain people. So disassociating, yeah. Oh, that can be a difficult thing to make that step. But yes, you would be a very lucky person if you went through life without having to make that decision. That's like, that person who I've been hanging around with is actually bad for me, or sometimes bad for other people. I had a thing with organizing stuff for YouTubers. There was a guy who I quite liked. Turned out he was a gross sort of serial groomer and groper, and like a reasonably long line of young women came out and said, no, he did this. And I was like, well, fuck, I have to A, tell everyone, and B, cut him out from any of these events I was doing, which is, when you've known the guy for a while and liked him, it's It's a bit tough, but there was never any doubt in my mind about the decision. That doesn't mean it wasn't stressful. It's like, yeah. Mind you, we didn't press it. I think he got the message when I never replied to his message. He tried to message me at one point, and I was just like, nope, not even responding, because fuck you, dude. You've messed with way too many people. I mean, one would be too many, but this was half a dozen or more. And it's, a pattern that went on for years. And because this guy was charming and good looking, and had this really friendly public persona, he got away with it for years. And then finally, people were told, and it was like, well, fuck this guy, I guess. So, yep, it's a thing. There's a bunch of shitty people in the world. And I mean, there's obviously a sliding spectrum of people in that situation. Like this guy, he was at a reasonably extreme end of the spectrum. But you disassociated with John Safran. I think everyone's disassociated with John Safran. He, not that I don't find a lot of his stuff funny, but he seems to use people around him for entertainment that I think people got quite sick of, which I can understand. I absolutely do not know him myself, and this is just what I see from looking from the outside. It's stuff that John Safran has actually aired, where he's fucked people around, and they are clearly super pissed off that he used them for entertainment. So who the heck knows what motivates him to do some of the stuff that he does? But yeah, and there's on spectrum, and sometimes it's just like the person might not have done anything particularly extreme, but you just realize they're bad for you. Like say in the example I was going to, this guy who was a serial harasser, groomer, groper, he's bad for everyone. That guy's bad for everyone. Everyone needs to know that guy's bad. But sometimes it's just a personality thing, and you realize you can't be around someone. They may not have done anything that's like extremely bad, but they're just wrong for you. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're wrong for everyone, because people are different. Like I say, if they're not an actual harasser, abuser, predator, any of these things, then it's not necessary that everyone stays away from them, but it can be a perfectly valid choice for yourself. Just go, I can't be around this person. It's not up to me to dictate whether or not other people are around this person. I can't be around this person. So, yeah, I'm going to dip out, as it were. So, yeah, complicated. The world is complicated. And honestly, sometimes it's you. Sometimes you have to look at yourself and go, oh, actually, okay, I can't be in that environment. I can't be with those people because I'm bad for those people. Or I just can't operate. That whole environment could be good and valid for those people, and they're not actually hurting me, but I'd disrupt and cause problems if I was there. So I should just leave them and do their stuff. And just sort of voluntarily extract myself from it. Yes, life. It's complicated, which is a super annoying thing. I would much prefer it if life was a bit more straightforward, quite honestly. Ooh, they're saying Melbourne's growing faster than Sydney. So Melbourne will end up being Australia's largest city. There you go. All right, I'm just looking at various things, seeing if there's anything interesting to talk things. Chinese companies stuns with monstrous lens on Xiaomi Ultra concept. Is it a camera or a phone? Internet is shocked and amazed by the latest offering from Xiaomi, the world's second largest smartphone company. Chinese company has strapped a giant lens to its flagship, transforming one's humble smartphone into a photographic Goliath on par with Canon or Panasonic Digital. Novel one-off redesign features a removable Leica M series lens. Literally, you put a fucking camera lens on this phone. So it's only a concept, won't go on sale. Wowzers. So it's like a normal phone with a really big lens, but then you can mount a traditional camera lens on it. That's pretty wild. Yeah, Lee, if someone's getting implicated in defamation, you don't want to even get involved. Safa. Bad people in the family is super difficult. Super, 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 super difficult. And there's no easy answer to that. I won't pretend that I've got any magic answer if there's like a toxic and or dangerous person in the family. But it can get complicated because if the person is actually dangerous, like, physically dangerous, people aren't necessarily going to agree with your assessment. And if it's just they're a prick and they're, emotionally abusive and whatnot, it can be hard to get people to understand how bad what they're doing is. Like, I don't envy you if that's a thing you're dealing with. A shitty person in family you can't get away from. That's not good. I mean, that is a good point, Heine. Melbourne can keep going out in many directions because of the flat farmland, but Sydney is up against the mountains and national parks. That is a good point. It's an interesting. I would full on fucking do that. A phone that had a big fuck off lens that you could clip even bigger lenses onto. I would full on do that. Well. If there's anything actually, Reserve Bank warns Australians to brace for tough years ahead because there are no tough years behind us. There are just tough years. Actually, I kind of think it is going to be a rough couple of fucking years at the very least. The very, very least. Very unpleasant days. Oh yeah, and Imran Khan, former extremely well-known cricketer and former Indian Prime Minister, got shot in an assassination attempt. That was pretty wild to see. So Sophie's saying Sony has professional video recorder mobiles. They don't sell in Australia. Well, who knows? Okay, the Aussie Cossack. He's a sad, pathetic loser fuckwit. Um, uh, and he's a fucking stinking Nazi piece of shit. Sorry, Lee, you're absolutely right. Pakistan, thank you. Thank you for picking me up on that. I was just thinking of India's history with assassinated leaders. You are absolutely right. Pakistani Prime Minister, not Indian. Thank you for picking that up. Uh, um, yes. All right. See, that's the thing. That was just a momentary brain lapse on my part. Ooh, return to office. So this is the thing. All this pressure to return to the office. We're about to get another really shitty fucking COVID wave. I would say ANZ saying people have to be in the office half the time. We're about to get another huge fucking COVID wave where this is probably all going to go out the window. Yeah, I'm doing the 2 or 3 days thing anyway. Oh, that's right, Safia Modi. Speaking of fascists, Modi's party is directly linked with the Nazis in World War II. That's a fun thing. There's a whole complex thing about particular interpretations of history and some mysticism and the concept of Aryans and whatever that resulted in a link between Nazi Germany and India. But yes, Modi's party were straight up hand in hand with the Nazi party in World War II, and they've never dropped that Nazi-ish ideology. Fun times. Fun times. So has Modi ever done the Nazi salute? Who knows? Who the heck knows? But there is an absolute direct line from his party to the Nazi party in World War II. And they, never really moved all that far from Nazi-ish stuff. Cade, why are the Blue Mountains blue? I was told when I were a schoolboy, it's the gum trees that grow on the mountain. They actually exude an oil which in the distance, it's like the haze from that makes the mountains look blue. That's what I was told as a schoolboy. I don't actually know how accurate that is. Safa, I'm not a huge student of history, so I don't know if the Nazis wanted to reach India through Siberia, but they were directly aligned. And I mean, honestly, when you consider this Hitler guy is fighting the English who have fucked us over for centuries and killed millions, I don't know, maybe he'll be our pal. It's like you can understand, like when the Irish wanted to remain neutral in the Second World War because they had zero interest in being directly in line with England, because of the centuries' oppression and the millions killed by the English. It's weird how that will make people not like you. If you colonize them, oppress them, steal their resources, murder them, and disenfranchise them, and literally kill millions, they might not be that well disposed towards you. Cow Hacking V, you were taught the same thing about the trees. Okay. Didn't think it was my imagination. I think it was the thing I said at school. It's the gum trees. Yes, after the Swiss are money neutral. Yes, they want everyone's money. They took all the Nazi gold. Yes, Lee. The English have a lot of blood. The English have So much blood on their hands. The English have the blood of, oh geez, it would have to be tens of millions. It's a lot of people. And yes, for the troubles in Islamabad. But I have to admit, I love, it's so Irish. One of the things I love about the Irish, rather poetic ways of describing things. A century-long civil war is known as the Troubles. I fucking love that. That's just great. Yes, Safa. England's blood stains stretch. Well, they start at home and their own neck of the woods, like I say with Ireland, but all through Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Asia as well. The Caribbean, all these fun places. There's a series on Vice, Empires of Dirt. Goes into the worst things done by England 200 years. Short watched, woman pulls no punches. Yeah, and the English still fucking tell themselves lies. And yes, Safa, I'm part Irish. The majority of my family line is Scottish and Irish. So, Calvin figure, is this a school excursion, a train to the coal mine when it was still exciting? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. It's kind of like when it's wars between imperial powers, England, France, England, Spain, England, Russia. Those things aren't good because it's usually a horrifying amount of ordinary people who are ground up in the war machine. But the war between colonial powers, I don't really see as the same thing as the colonizers invading countries and killing millions and stealing resources and just generally being psychopaths about it. The big inter-empire wars, not good, not saying they're good, but I kind of see them as different to the invading colonizers. Well, that would be an interesting change. Going from Bachelor of Business to Design and Marketing. You should follow your passion, I say. And yes, Afra, I think your mum also chose a good place to move to. You would not want to be in Crimea or just that area of the world. Is a little bit unpleasant, thanks to our man Vlad. And centuries of fuckery. Absolute centuries of fuckery in that part of the world. No, I mean, yeah, you basically pick anywhere in the world and there's centuries of fuckery going on. I think, though, when you hear history of Ukraine and that particular part of the world, look, what is worst? How would you measure worst? But yes, certainly the history of Ukraine and Crimea and that part of the world, pretty goddamn ugly, quite honestly. Hey, Greg, good evening. And yes, Nettie, you said it. Vlad's a fuckhead. Cade, I am not going to respond to any stuff about what some fuckwit on YouTube said. Okay? Because A, I don't pay any attention to those fucking morons. B, I don't know what they did or didn't do. C, I don't fucking care, and I'm not going to indulge or pretend they are in any way relevant. I just fucking ignore them. Oh yeah, no, Safa. Stalin and that whole Soviet thing. There was that thing about it's like the bourgeois landowners, that is like Stalin them and called them counter-revolutionary. And I don't know the history well enough to know, where fault lay and whatnot. But yes, I think there's more evidence that Stalin and crew deliberately caused famine that killed a fuckload of people. In China, I think it's a little bit grayer if the famine the communists caused was malicious or incompetent. I think that's slightly more grey. I think most people agree the famine caused by Stalin and crew was pretty much deliberate to exterminate some people. I think in China it's a little more ambiguous. Great big asterisk. I am not that good with history, so I don't know how accurate that is. Sorry. I love that, Nettie. Scruffles got groomed today. It lost about 25% of weight. So a lot of hair trimming. Well, just in time for summer. It's going to be warm this week, I think. It is basically going to hit my perfect sort of weather. It's my absolute favorite weather is mid to high 20s, so like 25 to 28 Celsius. And that's what sort of mid to late this week's meant to be. Looking forward to it. That's like literally my favorite weather. So, I get to do a happy dance sort of midweek, second half of the week maybe. Then it's probably going to turn and rain again. We're just getting so much rain because of bloody La Nina. So, yeah. Yeah, Nettie, there have been some particularly cold mornings, I think, in the last 2 weeks. But yeah, most of next week is like mid-20s or higher and no rain. Yay. Often if like there hasn't been a lot of rain, I feel guilty about enjoying no rain because I think, the farmers need some rain and whatnot. No one needs rain now. There's been too much rain, so yay. So what was that? A mix of cocktails like you do that mixing tools with us. I'm not 100% sure what you're asking there. You help me out, bro. All right. That's me being good. Drinking non-alcoholic. Nettie, I've changed the angle. I was just like showing off my bottles. I changed the angle of my laptop. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, no, the green, yes, that's for shooting YouTube videos. Even when I'm not using green screen or when I'm not chroma keying, just having a flat neutral background, I think is good. So yeah, that is two. See, you can sort of see where it's not painted properly up there. That is two big sheets of whatever they call that, pressed wood from Bunnings that I painted. The other side's blue, actually. I might even turn them around at some point for variety. The other side's blue. One side's green, one side's blue. And that's for chroma keying YouTube videos. Carrick and V, you're a winter person. So active, you never get cold. Mild spring weather makes you hot and sweaty. See, I'm not active. And yes, I'm trying to show off my trolleys. And like I took half the stuff off. All the liqueurs are in the next room in a bookshelf because I needed to lighten the load that was on the trolleys because they're going to collapse. So yeah, that's whiskies and gins and rums and brandies And my tequila's there, my absinthe there. But yes, one trolley is all whiskies and gins, because that's what I have most of. And the other trolleys, rums, brandies, other spirits, tequila. It's also more sparsely populated than the whiskey and gin trolley. Oh, now, I got to think, am I going to record? I think I'll record another video. I make Manhattan. I have not made a Manhattan in a while. Got to decide which whiskey and which... I know what vermouth I'll use. Bitters? What sort of bitters do they say to use? Ooh, there's a rumor that Twitter locked Australian staff out of their systems as dipshit is talking about sacking a bunch of people. But there are actually protections against mass sackings in the US. So Musk is probably going to do some stupid shit and then get sued into the ground. Gosh darn. Okay, so I was just going to look at Difford's recipe for Manhattan. I like a sweet Manhattan. There's a dash of bitters. So just 2 ounces whiskey, 1 ounce of vermouth. Nettie, Muskie's having the world's worst midlife crisis. He's fucked. Oh, yeah. Actually, speaking of people who are taking a hit, Kanye with his absolute just detached from reality shit and just like randomly going, hey, I might just go for no reason super anti-Semitic. There'll be no blowback from that, will there? And then he seems like really surprised that people are going like, well, actually, if you're going to be some fucked up anti-Semitic troll, we're not giving you money. We're not going to use you for advertising if you're just going to be a fucking gross anti-Semitic troll. Whether or not there's like any mental illness behind it, there's no fucking excuse for the way he's behaving. Lee, that's a fun one. Oh, yeah, I think I remember hearing that. Player of Games by Grimes was dedicated to breaking up with Elon Musk. What the fuck was she ever doing? Again, Musk is just a horrible person. He's just a horrible person. All right. I am now going to set things up. Okay. Can in recycling. Yeah, boy. Right. So I might. I haven't used this glass. This is a sexy glass. I'm going to chill this glass for a while. Put it in the freezer. Put it in here. Put the glass in the freezer. Refill my ice cube tray. As it emptied. Okay. All right. You put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Put the lime in the coconut. Such a silly woman. All right. Danger of running out of ice. Okay, it's all good. All good in the hood. Put that there. Just being very methodical with my freezer. Okay. So, put some stuff away. Put some gins away. Yowza. Ah. All right. Let me get this straight. I think, what whiskey will I put in? Any of my whiskies running low. I don't want to use the Balcones. Bakery Hill. It's probably the lowest one. You know, fuck it. This is probably my most expensive whiskey. And I'm going to use it to make a Manhattan. Which again would make big whiskey heads lose it a bit. Big whiskey heads hate you using special whiskies in cocktails. But I say, it's my whiskey, I'm going to do it so. All right, let's bring the camera around. Right. The camera. Right, gonna drain the water out of here. Keep that ice there. Put this here. And I think I'll even use my ice from my non-alcoholic drink. All right. We'll use that for mixing ice. Okay, so whiskey. Vermouth is in the fridge. No, not that one. This one. There we go. And I'll bring the light over so she's all beautifully lit up. All right. Okay. It's funny, even though this is my most expensive whiskey, it's a long way from my favourite. I was a little disappointed by it, quite honestly. But the same maker, Bakery Hills, which is the distillery I invested in, because they're moving to Melbourne from the country. I'm going to lower this. So their Melbourne operation will hopefully be up in the first half of next year. I'll get to visit. But I bought their tasting pack, and a couple of their single malts are super tasty. And there's a spectrum, so they cater for different tastes. So that's a good thing too. All right, so whiskey, vermouth, bitters. We do that. It's pretty straightforward. Okay. Where did I put my jigger? As the rappers say, where my jigger's at? Seriously, where did I put it? Oh, I hate it when I misplace things. Okay, there's a limited number of places. Oh, Mimsy's coming back. What are you going to do, you weird cat? Okay, my jigger's over here for some reason. It's like, I don't know, Mimsy thinks she's missing out on something? Right. This is 58% alcohol, by the way. For those unfamiliar with such things, whiskies are commonly 40% alcohol. So this is like half as strong again. So a shot of this is not one standard drink, it's 1.5 standard drinks. I've got to do high-speed shooting mode. All right. Yeah, let's do this. Okay. Whiskey. Vermouth. And a dash of Angostura bitters. And we're done. Oh, no, I have to stir it. I have to chill it and stir it. Fuck, okay, I splashed a whole bunch of my expensive whiskey out when I did that. That's not optimal, is it? Okay, gotta stir it. Use gasoline and cylinder again. I was really desperate. I just slurp up the spilt whiskey off the cutting board. Not going to. Alright. This is interesting how this goes in a Manhattan, this whiskey. So I was trying to find the best way to use it. Alright, just gotta get the glass that I was chilling. Chilling like a villain. Right. Move that. God, need to clean up. Little splash. Again, me spilling my expensive whiskey would probably make obnoxious whiskey heads very upset. Very upset that I wasn't taking more care with it. Alright. So, sorry, I'm just going to check something before I do this. Did it say to garnish at all? Luxardo cherry. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to put my cherry in. Okay. So, recording, strainer. All right. Straining into the glass. Nice. Drop in my cherry. And that is that. So, now, second half, we're going to do the talky bit. All right. So, now, oh, did that make anyone seasick? Right, sorry. Let me set this up again. All right. All right, we'll leave that on for now. Put my Manhattan over here where I can get to it easily. Right, and camera. I need my camera. Can't be recording videos without my camera. All right, let's crank this sucker up. All right, so I'll line this up. Shut up, camera. Stop making beeping noises at me. Okay. Let's see. No, I want to adjust it just a little bit. There we go. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's do it. This will be very quick. The Manhattan is a classic for a reason. It's really easy to make and super tasty. Let's make one together. Pure and simple, you get your mixing glass, add 2 ounces or 60 mils of the whiskey of your choice. To that, add 1 ounce of sweet vermouth, and then a dash of Angostura bitters. And those are your ingredients. Add ice to your glass, and stir it for a good 20-25 seconds to chill and dilute. And then you pour that into a nice chilled glass and throw in a maraschino cherry as a garnish. One take, motherfuckers. And there is your Manhattan. It's so good. And there's so much room for experimentation with different whiskies and different vermouths. Find one that suits you, and I hope you enjoy it. Till I see you again, cheers. And we're done with my fake smile. Oh, okay, so stop, off. All right. So I shot 3 videos. Not going to shoot any more videos tonight. Oh, Nettie, you're asking if Musk's kid's old enough to hate him. One of his older kids has completely disassociated from him. Again, Musk has been producing a ridiculous number of children with different women over the years. He's exceptionally irresponsible and on a number of levels, and he's just generally a piece of shit. And he's making such a fucking fool of himself now, which I forgot to put a lid on something, which I should do. Yes, Safa, that's me in my favorite habitat, shooting videos. Honestly, who knows if this flurry of activity, shooting all these short videos this month, if this goes well, like, won't really get into doing it. Might be doing more videos on the original channel. Who knows? Oh, here's a fun fact. I was setting up a Discord server. So we're going to call out Musk on Twitter. Everyone is. But again, Musk appears to ego surf his name a lot. Oh, I don't need this light anymore. It's kind of too bright with that light. I'm going to move this. All right. I think this is better kind of mood lighting without that light on as well. A bit more flattering, maybe. Yes, Nettie, I set up a Discord server. I haven't put anything on it yet. This is the first time I'm telling anyone about it. May or may not be a thing. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, stop with the fucking pop-ups. Okay, so Angry Aussies server. Invite my friends. Okay. That's my Discord server. So, barring criminal activity, I'm probably going to make that, almost anything goes. Man, that is not a bad Manhattan, actually. That whiskey I used, the expensive one, really strong flavor. Like aged 8 years, so it's really oaky, and it's not smoky like a peated whiskey, but I feel like you can taste the char from the barrel because the insides of the barrels that they age whiskey in are always charred, like burnt. I don't think they used new barrels. I think they'd previously been used for other things. Actually, probably says it on the bottle. I'll just go get it. So I've got some suggested channels on that Discord server too. What does this say? Fiercely independent, family-owned Australian. Second release of Blunderbuss, a unique collaboration between Bakery Hill and Melbourne brewers Hop Nation. We've not only dialed up the intensity, we've extended the maturation in Imperial Stout casks to 2 full years. With this finish added to the previous 6-year maturation in American oak, the spirit serves up a kaleidoscopic sensation of wonderfully dense, rich whiskey. So 6 years in the sort of barrel that bourbon's done in, and then another 2 years in an ex-stout beer barrel. Okay, I'm getting all the Discord messages. I think people are joining. Yay, Nettie. Nettie wins the prize for the first message on my Discord server. Greg's on there now. Okay, so for those who don't know, I've got just the general chat channel, news, which I'm intending people who want to send me links to news stories they think I should comment on. And then one just for memes, for fucking around. Favorite videos, which I don't know. People want to revisit old Angry Aussie videos. And finally, I might as well have a channel for cocktails, which would be like where I make cocktails, where people suggest cocktails, where people ask me questions about cocktails. Oh shit, Safa, that is really cheap. So oh wait, was the Starward, was that their cocktail? If it's $40 to $50, that's probably a bottled cocktail, because the cheapest Starward whiskey, twofold, the normal price is between $70 and $80. I picked up a bottle a while ago for $60. So that one, 40 to 50, is probably one of their bottled cocktails. If it was fucking twofold, that would be dirt cheap. But okay, so potentially, so if I look at it this way, the only one of their bottled cocktails I've tasted is what they call their new old fashioned, which is very nice. Okay, so it's a bottled old fashioned cocktail. I mean, I honestly prefer to make my own, but the Starward bottled old fashioned is very nice. So $40 or $50. You're looking at, it's 500 mils. Depending how generous you are with the pour, that's 6 or 7 cocktails, or 5 if you pour extremely generously. But in terms of what you'd get at a pub, like if you went to a pub and asked for an old fashioned, what you would get back, there's like 7 of those in one of those bottles. So that's 7 cocktails for that $40 or $50. And that's the thing. With if it's their bottled cocktail, you drink it straight from the bottle. You don't mix it with anything. You just put it on ice. And I will vouch for their bottled old fashioned. They also do for marketing, they called it a whiskey Negroni. They should have called it a Boulevardier, because that's what it is. But just in terms of marketing, they've decided Negroni's super trendy. No one knows what a Boulevardier is. So they called it a whiskey Negroni. And there's a coffee one as well. There's a coffee whiskey cocktail. Can't vouch for either of those because they're actually the type of things that I don't like, so I haven't tried them. But yeah, I absolutely understand you going, that's a bit expensive for you at $40 to $50. But again, take into account cocktail, you're getting at least 7 cocktails for that price. So worth considering. Is Scruffles upset about the Grubers? It must have been a radical difference, but it was clearly a good thing to do for summer. Also, apologies. I don't know. Heine signed up for Discord as well. Nice. I don't know if there's a thing where you can say, this is what I intend the fucking channels to be. Because I just do not know Discord very well at all. Okay, what's this? Threads, notifications, pinned messages, members list. Nice. Oh, Saf has joined. Nice. So I'm going to start populating with stuff, but I'm hoping it's kind of explanatory. What's this? Edit channel. Oh, channel topic. Okay, you can do. Don't know if anyone will look at this. Just whatever. Being chill. Save changes. Okay. So you can put, oh, fuck off stickers, okay? They're just popping up. Do this, do this. Yeah, Safa, this is kind of like MSN Messenger. So share news links of interest. Maybe stuff you'd like me to discuss on YouTube. Save. Okay. That's pretty self-evident. You know what I think? I've got a stupid number of memes saved on my phone. I think I'm going to post them all in this Discord. Like not tonight, maybe tomorrow. And say revisit there because I'm really egotistical. Save that. Post your ideas, suggestions, questions, reviews. All right. I don't know if anyone ever looks at those descriptions because I don't think I've looked at those descriptions on Discord servers I'm on. You know, oh God. Sorry, Daddy. I probably shouldn't be laughing. Your dog's super traumatized by being groomed. I mean, you know, rest comfortable in the knowledge you're doing the right thing. So, sorry, what's this number on here? I was looking at some handwritten notes on here. This was from barrel number 333. So this was a half Satan barrel. And this is bottle 29 of 264. It's almost gone. It's only a 500ml bottle. Very strongly flavored whiskey, this one. So I think people who like really strongly flavored whiskeys would probably like this. I don't hate it. It's just not my favorite. It's like not even close to being my favorite. The one I made the old-fashioned with earlier, Tiny Bear, I prefer that. It's probably like 10 whiskies I prefer to that one, actually. They're all much cheaper. Oh, God, Nettie. She's turning into a grumpy little old lady. Oh, she's 10. Okay, that's pretty odd for a dog. I mean, I think we worked out Shadow's 12 and Mimsy's like 17. Safa, I don't use the app. I actually I do use the app on my phone. On the laptop, I just log in through the website. Oh, nice. Safa potato scallops. I haven't had potato scallops for a while. Although not that long ago, there's actually a really good fish and chip shop not far from our place, and it's right next to a park where Mrs. Angry and I go for a walk. So we've made a pledge every now and then. We're on an afternoon walk, like close to dinner time. We'll have an early dinner. We go on our walk, get fish and chips, and eat it in the park while we have. I'll be betting we do that at least once this week. Mrs. Angry tends to get grilled fish. I tend to get calamari. This place does really good calamari. Because bad calamari is gross and rubbery and chewy. This stuff's really nice. It's fried, but it's nice. Nettie, I think you're right about cats living longer than dogs, but there's of course lots of variability between individual cats and individual dogs. Actually, speaking of cats, the mystery cat Shadow that no one actually knows is definitely real. Mrs. Angry and I going for a walk the other day, and we saw a cat, and we thought, is that, because we were quite a ways from home, and so is that Shadow? That looks like Shadow. Does she roam this far from home? I don't think so. And then we went and saw the cat, and it was very similar to Shadow, looked like a Russian blue. Shadow looks like a Russian blue, even though she's just a moggy, but was normal size. Like Shadow's a runt. She's only about 2/3 Mimsy's size. She's only about 2/3 the size of an average adult cat. And this one was the normal size. Like when we actually got close to it and saw it, we saw, oh, that's a normal sized cat. And the funniest thing, it had gone through someone's fence and was on the front path. And we caught it and we saw it. Oh, you're that. And it saw us. And it's like it wanted attention. It just went flop and rolled on its side and went, oh, like someone, please pat me. And we're like, you're in someone's yard. You have to come over to us if you want us to pat you. But yeah, it was very interesting. We basically saw, that's what Shadow would look like if she was a normal-sized cat and not a little runt. Yes, I like it, Safa. You're Russian blue after a few too many drinks. Or in Aussie terms, bluing, as in fighting. Yeah, you'd be a Russian bluing. I don't know. Some people have seen Shadow, or maybe it was just on a video. Someone thought, "Oh my God, is your cat a Russian blue?" Because if you actually buy a pure bred Russian blue, quite expensive. I went, nope, she's just a little moggy. She came from a litter of kittens that were all sorts of colors, and we went to the animal rescue place, Lord Smith Animal Hospital, and just picked her out. And we literally picked her out because she's the runt. She was smaller than the other kittens, and the other kittens were picking on her. And we were like, that's not nice. So we took her out and played with her for a bit, and she seemed nice. So we took her home. And she has had lifelong trauma from being the runt and being picked on by the other kittens. And she still acts traumatized. Every now and then, we walk into a room where she is, and she flees in terror, as if after 12 years, we're going to fucking murder her. She is not right in the head, but that's the product of trauma. That's my thoroughly professional opinion. I'm psychoanalyzing my cat. And I'm qualified neither to psychoanalyze humans or cats. Or if you can, I don't even know if you can psychoanalyze cats. But I'm making a pronouncement. Shadow is suffering trauma from being bullied as a kitten. And it makes her act fucking weird. She's weird. Nettie's like Zorro. Yeah. Shadow will still do this weird shit where she suddenly acts like we're going to murder her. And we just make jokes about it. Like walk into a room and she goes, oh, and flees and runs away and you go, yep, that's it. You're right, Shadow. You know, you've skated through 12 years of not being murdered, but today's definitely the day. You're lucky you ran away because today was the day I planned to murder you. So, Nettie, you think Zora might have been the right? Scruff's the right. Scruff is a little doggy. Oh, Safa, yeah, the being bullied. Yeah, I am not one of those people who looks back on school as golden times. Let me tell you that. I suppose I never got really severe bullying, and I think there were probably instances in both school and college where I was guilty of bullying. I think none of us are perfect. I think I absolutely did shitty things at various points. But yeah, it's the way things go. Sorry, I'll be back in a second. Of what?
Cherries.
Yeah.
I've got your Darth
Oh, no.
Vader thing.
Sorry?
Your Darth Vader thing.
No. Do you want to pull it out? Do you want me to pull it out?
Oh, you get it.
All right. Sorry. I'm actually going to have to excuse myself for a second because Mrs. Anger's going to go to bed. And so as to not disturb her later, I have to go get my breathing apparatus. This will just take a minute. I'll be back. That's where it started. Now everyone just goes, well, I'm having a cheeky. Yeah. Rick's did it. Hey, Shadow. Where'd you go, little weirdo? You freaking weirdo. You coming in here, Mimsy? Okay. Mimsy got chucked out of the bedroom, so she's probably going to join us. Seriously, just as I was coming in, I saw Shadow and she ran in. She's in the lounge room, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to grab her and, against her will, bring her in here and hold her up and say, Shadow's real. Check it out. Mimsy's got... Okay, now I'm going to stop showing off the drinks and show off Mimsy. Now sit on your thing and you can get a pat. There you go. There you go. So Mimsy's real. But literally, okay, so I saw Shadow and I thought, I'm just going to go grab her and bring her here against her will and just hold her up and say, see, Shadow's real. She fucking ran in pure terror. She's sitting on the floor and I just think, and she just ran in terror. And I was like, okay. She's still being a friggin' weirdo. And Mimsy would rather sit on my lap than sit on the tree. Wait, so I'm trying to adjust the camera over. See, she's down here on my lap. All right. You can see this, Mimsy. All right, I'll stop hassling her. Oh, yeah, Safa. I was a short ass. Well, you know, you've met me. I think we were about the same height. I can't even remember how tall you were. But I was a short ass in high school. Still a short ass. But yeah. Really. Almost finished my Manhattan. My very potent Manhattan. Might even do a few more videos on Sunday night. So, okay. I've got up until Monday already uploaded to YouTube and scheduled. So 3 more from today, if I edit them. That's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then, I don't know, Sunday, if I do 2 more, that's going to give me time to plan a more involved longer video. Yeah, Safa, I think maybe you're a bit taller than me. I'm only about 5'8", so which for my generation is slightly short. I think the average height for dudes, white dudes in my generation, is about 5'9". So it's a bit short, just a little bit shorter than average. I think like current generation average is like closer to 5'10", 5'11". Safa, I haven't been to Birrong Ma in fact, last time I was there, I was probably with you, man. Nice, Nettie. Time for drinking number 2. This is drinking number 3 for me, so I'm a little bit ahead of you. Not that it's a competition. Not going to encourage any binge drinking tonight. So I think I will have some of my barrel-aged Sazerac next, I think. I've mixed 3 cocktails. I don't want to mix anymore. I've got some pre-made cocktails. I'm going to drink one of them. Manhattan's not bad. It's not my favorite. Started drinking some Summersby black currant cider. You know what I have to try at some point, just to try it? All those fruity beers you see around, and it's impossible to get away, particularly now. Some of them are definitely being marketed at women. They're in these really slender cans, really brightly colored. I've got to try one of them at some point, because I've heard some people say it doesn't taste like beer at all. I think it probably does, and I just think that person is tolerant of beer. I fucking hate beer. I reckon I'll try one of these and I'll hate it. Got to try it at some point, though. So if you had roast dinner, I had a pasta bake I made. It was like tortellini and tomato and mushroom and onion, and put in a baking dish and covered in cheese and baked. It's actually the second half of it. I made it last night and ate half of it, and tonight I ate the other half. Very yum. It was good. It was good. Oh yeah, I'm a motherfucking chef, man. I tell you what, I made these fucking chicken burritos the other day that were really nice. As I've said so many times on the stream, what I buy when I'm in the supermarket is largely dictated by what's on special. I just go up and down the aisles and find shit that's on special. You go, well, that's going to be a meal. And there was this stuff in the meat department, the stuff that's only a couple of days from the use by date, that'd be marked right down. And it was like these chicken strips, and they were in a sauce marinade, whatever you want to call it. They were calling it souvlaki style. So it's like Greek style sauce. So I cooked them up in the frying pan, added some tomato paste, because it's going to put them in burritos, and I like burritos that are a bit tomatoey. And then, I just put this packet seasoning that you get in the supermarket, like Old El Paso, put some of that in, stirred that up, added some mushroom and onions, put it in the wraps, tray of them, covered them in cheese, baked them in the oven. Fucking awesome. It's really good. Probably going to make it again on the weekend because it was good. Well, Chip, there's no Aldi's near me, though. Actually, there's one that's not that far away, but it's a lot less convenient than the other supermarkets. Do I like casserole? I mean, obviously, it depends if it's well made. Like a good casserole, I'm going to enjoy. I don't usually make casseroles. They've got a whole country women's association vibe to me, which is, not necessarily a bad thing, but right, a little bit of water. Right. I am going to have a beverage. Then I think I should have another non-alcoholic beverage. This is one of my milk clarified in a skull decanter because I'm a spooky boy. Might save a little bit of that in case Mrs. Angry wants to try it because I don't think she's had it. I have so many skull decanters of different sizes. I have two that are smaller than this. One is about half the size of this, and then one's tiny. It was, you get those little sample bottles. I got these little sample bottles of Crystal Head vodka, about this big, and then there's that, and then there's a full size Crystal Head vodka bottle, which is about twice as big as this, and then I got one that's intended to be a decanter for punch, and it's like twice as big as the Crystal Head thing. So I have quite a spectrum of skull decanters, essentially. Safa, I haven't heard from Aidsy. I don't think he's good. And Safa, Aidsy had a much wilder life in Canberra than I did in Dubbo. He was a crazy man. Nettie, okay. Busy Halloween. I got a whole bunch of packets of those, minis. I wasn't giving out full-size minis. We ran out. So we gave out like 100 treats, and then we ran out. I think most of the kids had come through. Be some older ones, some teenagers might have come through later. But yeah, we had just a whole cavalcade of kids come through. Mrs. Angry and I were both wearing skeleton pajamas. I was in a onesie. Mrs. Angry has a two-piece, glow-in-the-dark skeletons, and everyone seemed to really enjoy the fact we were answering the door in skeleton jammies. Yeah, it was fucking busy. So yeah, we gave out 100 treats, and then we were out. So then we went out and closed our gate and put a little sign up saying, "Sorry, we ran out of treats." Yeah. No, Safra, I didn't put my place in the local Facebook community group, but there's a generally accepted thing in this neighborhood. If you have Halloween decorations up, and particularly if your gate's open, if your place has a gate, then that's a communication to, we're taking part in Halloween and you should come in. So that's what we did. We didn't have Halloween decorations up early. We just put some stuff on our gate on the night and then set up to hand stuff out to the kiddies. And Mrs. Angry did some very fun stuff with these sort of rubber zombie hand things, which she actually attached to the doorknobs, which was very funny. So there's this creepy hand on the door. Nettie, you only had one little girl in your neighbor in your building. Oh, yeah, if your gates aren't open, I guess people can't come in, yeah. Oh, man, God. This almost tastes like caramel, which I guess could be the whiskey. So this, okay, barrel-aged Sazerac. So that's half whiskey, half brandy. Blender whiskeys, blender brandies. Some sugar syrup, some bitters, a little bit of absinthe. Then I added some pineapple juice to make it acidic, and then added that to milk so it would curdle and whatnot. So this is really fucking yummy. It basically tastes a bit fruity and a bit caramel. It's really fucking good. So for what happened in 1899? Oh, my theme for tonight, the interpretation of dreams on this day in 1899. Sigmund Freud's interpretation of dreams was published for the first time. So that's when he started saying, we've all got mummy issues, and if you smoke a cigarette, you actually want to suck a dick. Or cigars. That was his whole thing, cigars. Although he's also famous for saying sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. But he was very big into phallic symbolism. He's very big into like mummy issues. I think it was Stephen Fry on QI once. It was this joke which I thought was fucking hilarious. And it was like, what does a Freudian use to change a light bulb? And they said, what is he? He goes, my mother. I mean, penis. I mean, a ladder. They use a ladder. And no, Safra, I haven't smoked a cigar. And yes, smoking was a real fucking big thing in Dubbo in my youth. I had a half-assed attempt to smoke a cigarette once, and then I just went, fuck this nonsense. This is largely, okay, I'm sure I've said this before, but I'll throw this out there, because we're talking about being bullied and shit in school. I was a social fucking outcast. I did have some friends, but I was basically a social fucking outcast because I was just fucking dorky and no social skills. So I'm not completely blaming everyone else. But, so I was a social outcast. And I did make one half-assed attempt to smoke a cigarette with some friends once. But then you always talk about this stuff at school, like in the personal development classes, and they go like, why do people smoke when it's obviously bad for you? And everyone will say, well, it's peer pressure. Everyone expects you to. And I thought about that for a while and went, peer pressure. Okay, my peers don't fucking like me. My peers treat me like shit. So why the fuck would I do something from peer pressure and they still won't like me? So that was actually my rebellion against peer pressure to not smoke or drink alcohol, because smoking and drinking alcohol were both very big. So I never smoked, not even the weed. I think it would probably be very funny if I tried to smoke weed, because I think if I tried to draw it into my lungs, I would just choke, and I would be a super uncool weed smoker. So I've not even smoked the Mary Jane. Yeah, because I'm just not a smoker. But I say that I used to not be a drinker. Now I'm a drinker, and that's YouTube's fault. I'll just say it. I'll say it here and now. Not even joking. It's YouTube's fault. Although there was the thing after. I do remember a period breaking up with my ex and going for the vodka sleeping tablet sometimes, is what I christened it. It was just like I wasn't very happy with things at a point, and this is the very, 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 very bad practice of using alcohol to blank out trauma. Did that more than once. That's not a good thing. So it's not Kirsten's fault getting me to drink. Kirsten just got me to buy Australian drink. Kirsten changed all my habits. I think Kirsten opened the door to where I started collecting, because without a doubt, my bottle collection is triple what it was before COVID. So yeah. Heine, wheat brownies. Someone was actually supposed to hook me up with edibles. Hasn't happened. But yeah. Yeah, no, Safa, using alcohol or drugs to temporarily blank out trauma, very unproductive coping mechanism. One that a significant chunk of the human population has done, and some people continue to do. Good counseling, like the thing Mrs. Angry does with her clients, EMDR, is an incredibly effective treatment thing. The World Health Organization actually recommends it for treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder. And Mrs. Angry, because she works in public health in an area with a lot of refugees, she works with people who are from war zones, who have been in war, who've been tortured, have had family members tortured, killed, etc. So she deals with people with lifelong trauma and she's able to turn things around for them. Pretty rewarding stuff, really, being able to help people who've just been so traumatized. You're going to come up here and say hello? You're just going to sit over there? Mimsy just wants me to pat her occasionally. She's such a big fool. Like, Mrs. Angry kicked her out of the bedroom because Mrs. Angry shut the bedroom door because she doesn't want the noise I make. I think I've gotten better at not talking really loud because I had to be told a few times. But yeah, Mrs. Angry doesn't want the noise I make talking to you fine folk to disturb her sleep. So she shuts the bedroom door and she chucks Mimsy out so Mimsy doesn't scratch on the door to be let out. So then Mimsy comes and hangs out with me and is going, it's so unfair. It's so unfair. So I got to pat Mimsy so she feels less hard done by because she's really sooky. But you got chucked out, didn't you, Mimsy? You got chucked out. You are still so fucking bony, Mimsy, honestly. She's on some medication which does seem to be improving her general demeanor. And she needs to put on some weight. She's got hyperthyroidism, I think. What are you doing now, you weirdo? Okay, she's gonna go somewhere else. Want to drive her absolutely crazy in a good way. I'd get a little bit of bacon and feed it to her. You'd like that, wouldn't you? The bacon drives you crazy. Love the bacon. Weird fucking cat. Yeah. That is a tasty drink. Look, she's shoving her own. Let's do Mimsy Cam. Mimsy Cam. You're doing, silly cat. Say hello to the internet peoples. Elian, hello, Kirsten. Just a brief Mimsy Cam there. She's like affronted that I stopped patting her for a second. So, yeah, actually, Kirsten, I think we summoned you. We were just talking about my bottle collection and talking about how I didn't used to drink alcohol and now I do, and I blamed it on YouTube. And stuff said, but is it Kirsten's fault? I don't know. Kirsten just got me to increase my collection with Australian product. So yes, I did actually disabuse Kirsten. Kirsten, I disabused Safa of the idea that you were responsible for me drinking because I was already drinking. You just got me into higher quality stuff, basically, particularly local, which I'm a big fan of. So yeah. Of the cocktails I made tonight, the old-fashioned local was made with Tiny Bear single malt whiskey. The Harvey Wallbanger inspired old-fashioned local. It was also Tiny Bear Navy strength gin and the threefold Tangelo Cello. And then the Manhattan was my most expensive whiskey, Bakery Hill Blunderbuss. So it's actually been all Australian tonight. And yes, Kirsten, I'm extremely happy with your influence on my collection because I had, I don't know, basically no Australian stuff in my collection before the doors were opened to me by you and those Facebook live streams we used to watch with Henry. And now all of my gins are Australian. 80% of my whiskies are Australian. Half my rums are Australian. Some of my brandies are Australian. And probably close to half my liqueurs are Australian as well. So it went from 0 Australian to half or more. Safa, Henry recommended me to a bunch of people No fucking slight on Henry. He's the brand manager, or was, I don't know if he still is, brand manager for Applewood Distillery, who are based in Adelaide. So yeah, a few people in the industry know me because of Henry. So I always get a good welcome if I go to Brogan's Way Distillery, which is in Richmond. And I did run into Blake from Patient Wolf at the Holy Water thing I went to recently, and he remembered me. We had a good catch up. Okay, so yeah, thanks, Kirsten. Henry is still the Brennerbus. I think he did such a good job during that first year of lockdown with those live streams because they were fucking incredible. It was really good work. I really worry about the amount of liver damage he might have suffered from doing those live streams because he was drinking, man. He was drinking. Oh, yes, no, Kirsten, you absolutely introed me to Blake. We went there together to Patient Wolf, yeah. But yeah, I did actually run into Blake at Holy Water, and he was like, "Oh, this guy. What have you clarified lately?" So I told him, like, "Oh yeah, actually, my most recent one is this rum punch I made, which the clarified rum punch fucking kicks ass." I've actually got 3 clarified cocktails on the go at the moment. My rum punch, my Sazerac, which I'm drinking now, and my standard one I make when I use up all the peel on an orange, and I make a milk clarified cocktail that's equal parts orange juice, pineapple juice, whiskey, and rum. And then I milk clarify that, and it makes. And I like to clarify it with coconut milk or cream of coconut because it makes a more interesting flavor, and because that kind of tastes like, for an Australian, we call a splice. You know, the fruit ice wrapped around ice cream. Americans call that a creamsicle, an orange flavor, and so it's kind of tastes like a pina colada and kind of tastes like an orange creamsicle. So I call that one the clarified creamsicle colada, the triple C, and that's this one. I make that about every second week because it takes me about 2 weeks to use up all the peel on an orange. I'm using garnishes in my drink, and then because I don't really want to drink orange juice, so I juice it. Like I said, then just make a thing equal parts orange juice, pineapple juice, whiskey, and rum. And yes, Blake is great. Blake's awesome. And in fact, yeah, running into him at Holy Water made me go, I need to go back to Patient Wolf. I like that venue. Last time I kind of went to go there with Nettie and Abigail, and inside it was just too fucking loud. There were some big groups in there inside the warehouse, and it was just really echoey. The outside tables were all booked because we didn't book anything. We just rocked up. And we could have sat inside, but it was just too much noise, and it was doing my head in, and I couldn't deal with it. So I had to leave. So at some point, I need to book in and maybe book an outside table. You go, see. Safa, to the best of my knowledge, church wine is not alcoholic. It's non-alcoholic wine. Someone might correct me on that, but also I never drank altar wine. You're remembering I was an altar boy for like 5 or 6 years. I never drank altar wine, but I also think altar wine is non-alcoholic. Could be wrong, but I think it's non-alcoholic. So, Hey, Megaleech, how you been doing? You been gaming, buddy? Or something else? Having a life? A thing that I applaud? People having lives and doing shit? Yes, Alpha. Drinking's a very Catholic thing. Not just altar wine, just drinking, particularly Irish Catholic. Drinking is a very big thing. Safa, look, I have to admit, when I go to stuff, always go like, oh yeah, Kirsten told me to do it. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, Megalish, you're playing grounded with your bro again. Nice. Safa, I try it on. I have to admit, I just, yeah, my friend Kirsten told me about this. You know, she works for Archie Rose. You probably know her. I throw that out all the time. So, just saying. Oh, Kirsten, I don't know if I asked you this before, if you're on a stream where I was talking about it. Do you know a bar in Melbourne called the Caretaker's Cottage? One that I went to for the first time recently because I really liked it. Staff there were really good too. I didn't mention you, by the way. That's not why I bring it up. I was just wondering because you're always telling me good bars to go to, and there's a bunch you've told me about that I still haven't been to that I need to at some point. I was just wondering if you knew the Caretaker's College. Okay, that's fun. I like that, Kirsten. You got a bit drunk and volunteered to teach gin classes at the bar. I bet they would have been good classes too. Safa, has it worked for you? I don't think I've got a discount by invoking Kirsten's name, but I've had good conversations because of it. You want to go to Caretaker's College? Okay, maybe next time you're in Melbourne, because I went there and had a couple of drinks. Really nice drinks, really nice staff. Probably slightly loud for my tastes, but I soldiered on. My first two drinks I had off their menu. I might have just had a martini first. Because I always like to see how someone makes a martini. And then there was some dude who'd come, because I was seated at the bar. Some dude had come up and ordered things, and he got a daiquiri, and he took a sip, and he was like, "Oh, dude, this is fucking great daiquiri." And so when I decided to get a second drink, I said to the guy, "Well, your man, I'm going to love the daiquiri, so I'll go for a daiquiri." And he made a really good daiquiri. And then my third drink, I was seriously only planning to have one drink there, but it was really nice, and they made nice drinks. The third drink, I just said, "Look, I actually made it a bartender's choice, but I did the guidance. I said, look, those are really good, so I trust you make good drinks. I like the really boozy drinks, Old Fashioned, Sazerac, Vieux Carré." And I just sort of rattled those off, and he went, "Gotcha." And he made a fucking kick-ass drink. I think it had like whiskey and vermouth and maraschino in it. He told me what was in it, but not sure I remember. But it was really fucking good. Sorry, the classes, Kirsten, is that at the Archie bar or somewhere else? Safi, you're trying to play FPOS. Oh my god, were they trying to use wireless FPOS? And because they were on the top of a building, they had bad reception. Nice. God damn. Okay. Also, I think it's the place you went to, Safa, that's on top of the thing. Because I get booze shit advertised to me all the time on Facebook, which I'm okay with. And it's because it's like, it's Old Fashioned Week next week. One of the American bourbon distilleries promotes it. And I think it's the bar you were at that was promoting a thing as like, oh, if you go into the bar this week and order one of their, I think it's Woodford's bourbon, order one of their Woodfords. Apparently they've got a few variations on an old fashioned, but order one of their old fashions. You go into the draw to win this prize, which they describe as a $15,000 old fashioned. I'm not sure exactly how they get to it. I think it's like a very rare spirit, and I think there's gold flake in it. And I think it's maybe you get to keep this really expensive glassware as well. I don't know. But it's, it's a very gimmicky thing, but that's cool. So Kirsten, you are going to be teaching some stuff at the Archie Bar? That'd be great. I'm not joking at all. I'm sure you would do really good gin classes. So what are we doing? Yes, what am I doing? It's only 10:30, Mimsy. We're not going to bed yet, despite the fact you look a bit sleepy. But you're just going to get some scratches, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes. Oh my gosh, she's such a sook. Do you know I'm making fun of you, Mimsy? Do you understand human talk? Do you know I'm making fun of you? So, Kirsten, if anyone's in Sydney and wants to watch Over Mild Panic Attack, come to Saturday Gin Blend between now and Christmas. Yes. Uffed. I'm thinking of, Christmas and whatnot. What did we get last year? Because Mrs. Angry and I went for a weekend away out on the Mornington Peninsula, and there's a couple of distilleries out there. The Bass and Flinders distillery did this Christmas brandy, which was fucking awesome. I think I'm on their mailing list. I think I'll get an email if they're doing Christmas brandy again, because I'm going to fucking get it, because we plowed through that. That was so fucking yummy. But also the Jimmy Rum distillery there, they're very fun people. And we've recently found there was another distillery that's not far away that we'll have to visit if we go out there again. I don't know if we'll do a weekend away before the end of the year. We might. We're already in fucking November, though. Who knows? But yes, there was some quite good venues out there on the Mornington Peninsula. And James from Jimmy Rum, super fucking nice guy. He was at Holy Water, and I caught up with him. And I don't know if he was just pandering to me, but I did chat to him and said, you. Oh, Jesus, my internet just went out for a second. Okay, so I might be really pixely. My internet does this occasionally, but it usually only lasts for a few minutes. Safa, Monday. Good pick, bro. I will almost definitely be in the city on Monday, the 28th of November, and we should fucking do lunch. We should do that. Yes. Remind me closer to the date, man. So what's that? At 3 weeks from Monday? Monday's my day in the office. We should fucking do lunch, man. Cool. We got a couple weeks to plan it. Let's do it. All right. So yeah, Kirsten, Holly from Bass and Flinders. Again, the people at Bass and Flinders were very nice. So Holly from Bass and Flinders is up for president of the Australian Distillers Association. Nice. So not just the people who run it, they had really good staff. The staff at Bass and Flinders were really nice. The people at Jimmy Rum were really nice. But anyway, I did catch up with James from Jimmy Rum at Hollywood. I said, look, I love your stuff. I want to try stuff we didn't try when we were there. I said, you probably won't remember, but you chatted to us at one point and you shared, because I was getting tasting flights, and he's like, man, this person's going for it. And he just brought up, try this. He just brought me extra stuff and said, try this. And it was a really high proof rum they had. And he's going, and he's saying, I haven't really decided how to use this. And it was really tasty. And I said, well, high proof rum with a lot of kick, my first impulse is a zombie. And he just went, oh, fuck yeah. And he went off to the bartender and basically said, Bubba, put this, and this in the zombie. And he got it made. And then he got one made and then brought it over to me and was like, taste this. And it was pretty tasty. And I mean, it was pretty good. And he's going, yeah, I'm tasting it. Should be. And he went over to the bartender and got him to make another one, and then brought that over to me and said, taste this. And I mentioned to him we had this, and he said, oh, I remember that. And again, maybe he was just saying that to be nice. Maybe he did remember it. Yeah, we did have a good chat. So that's the thing. All right. So Kirsten, Holly's the head distiller. She might have been behind the bar because there were definitely some people who run the place there. The table service people weren't people who run the place. They had very nice staff, but I feel like had a bit of a chat about the bottles that were on offer. But yeah, they're fucking Christmas rum. No, Christmas brandy. Nice. So fucking nice. I got the thing that was on special at a Dan Murphy's, like 25% off their Cerise gin, which is like their version of a slow gin. It's a fruity gin. And it's really nice. I don't think I've opened it since I got it. Okay. I feel like that's an excuse to go and get it and open it. We're talking about. Okay, I'm going to get it. It's in a fun bottle too. It's a square, well, rectangular bottle. Oh, so here we go. So yeah, haven't cracked the seal. Good to crack the seal on this puppy. Okay, so pretty color, cerise. Bass and Flinders Cerise Gin, 40% ABV. So it's not like some slow gins are basically a liqueur. They're only 20 odd percent. This is 40%. Ooh, that's interesting. Bass and Flinders won a court case to name their brandy Ochre. Who did they have to fight? Okay, so juniper berries combined with lush, fragrant botanicals including hibiscus rosella, cherries, raspberries, and a hint of orange. An elegant pink gin reminiscent of Turkish delight. Nice. Single vineyard gin is a celebration of Victoria's unique terroir. Terroir is the spirit of the land. It's the idea that certain things have a distinctive taste because of where they were grown. Grapes are sourced from one vineyard, distilled into eau de vie using centuries-old technique. The resulting spirit is then vapor-infused with botanicals in small batches to produce quality gin with a smooth texture. Enjoy neat on ice or a little tonic. Neat on ice. Okay. All right. I better. Where's the seal? Where's the fucking seal? Because I literally haven't cracked the seal on this. Sorry, guys are really. I don't know if anyone remembers us telling this story, but Henry on the live streams, and this is back in 2020, where he's talking about stuff, he would say words, and Kirsten just unilaterally decided some words were too wanky and you weren't allowed to use them, and Henry had to do a punishment shot if he drank them. Terroir was one of them. I'm trying to think if there was this like minerality. It was so funny. And because he would always do it. He would say one of these words and Kirsten would just go, punishment shot. And he would do it. You said a forbidden word. It was very funny. Those streams were a lot of fun. Okay, I'm just going to have a little taste of the Cerise gin. I mean, what were the other words? Terroir was actually the number one word. I remember minerality. Was it herbaceous? Was herbaceous another one? Again, it was so much fun because these streams used to start at 6 or 7 and finish at 8. So often I would be watching Henry's stream and then drop off that and start my own stream. It's very fun. But again, geez, he just knows like all the bartenders at all the good venues and the other distillers. And these people are so smart and so insightful and so creative. Yes, okay. Kirsten confirming herbaceous and minerality, also no words. So, Nettie, terroir is the notion that some things taste unique because of the land in which they come from. And that's like grapes for certain wines, or the locally sourced stuff that makes this gin. So it's the idea that things taste unique because of the area in which they're grown. Which makes sense. Anyway, I'm going to try this gin. I've chilled it a bit. That is a very grapey gin. I don't know if they've just put the idea into my head. Oh, yum. It's really nice. It's not particularly juniper forward. Again, tasting notes. Whenever anyone's tasting something and they say it's X forward, all they mean is tastes really strongly of. So if I say something is or isn't juniper forward, that is the wanker way of saying that tastes a lot like juniper or not so much like juniper. Like if something is a lot of juniper, it almost is like pine, gives this the sensation of pine needles. This to me, not particularly juniper forward. Very grapey and fruity to me. Really, really pleasant, just lightly sweet. Sorry, when we hear the Pina Colada song, officially known as Escape, certainly has a lot of lyrics. That is a weird fucking 70s song. Also, a weird thing from the 70s. Ugly middle-aged men could be pop stars. So yeah. Yeah, no, Nettie, that is fashion forward. Fashion forward is the same thing. Yes. Avant-garde. It is the same thing. That means being, at the leading edge, yeah. In case you saw a terroir baseball cap you want to buy for Henry. That sounds like it would suit him very much. But yes, I also want to go back to trying to bring up the Pina Colada song, aka Escape. If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, that song to me is so weird because it's just basically about this dude who's bored with his wife and so goes on a singles page. In those days, it was a newspaper. These days, it would be a dating site, and answers an interesting profile and says, let's meet somewhere. And it turns out to be his wife. And it's like, oh, so we were both kind of bored, but we didn't know we were bored for the same reason. And we actually want the same things. So despite the fact we were both trying to cheat on each other, we both found each other out. Now we find we want the same thing, so let's fuck anyway. Well, see, Kirsten, that's the thing to do. Sing the Pina Colada song at work and then make pina coladas. Definitely. Yes. Oh, but okay. Rock bands are still ugly. I mean, pop stars. Pop stars were fucking ugly. The guy was singing the Pina Colada song, and you just ugly middle-aged dudes would be pop stars. Now everyone's late teens, early 20s, and beautiful. And good luck to them, I say. And we're certainly getting, in the West, we're getting more penetration from these hyper beautiful Korean boy bands. Yeah, what else? I don't hold exam. So, Safa, we got a few weeks to prepare. Over the next couple of weeks, I'll decide the best place to meet for lunch. Find a cool place to meet for lunch. And probably depends what you want to get. Do you want Asian or burgers? Or like that huge fuck off sandwich I had recently from the meeting place, MATING. That was a hell of a sandwich. That was fucking huge. Brisket and just a shit ton of fried onion in it. It's really yummy. Oh, Nettie, yeah, if you want to join us, we're saying, what was the date? That Isafa's going to be in Melbourne on, was it Monday Monday the 28th, and I'll be working in the city Monday the 28th, doing a lunch. Yeah, okay, Safa. I'm going to pencil that in then. The meeting place for lunch. We got a bit of time to plan it. But yeah, the meeting place is fucking pretty kick-ass. Yeah, see, Kirsten, I looked at that place because, again, fun pun, the meeting place, MEAT. And I looked at this sandwich, and it was like their southern barbecue sandwich, brisket and fried onion, jalapeno. I actually asked, yeah, please no jalapenos. I'm a wussy white person. And it was literally twice the size I expected it to be. It was fucking humongous. Really tasty. So, okay, penciling that in, Safa. That's a hot favorite for lunch on the 28th, the meeting place. Ooh. And yeah, I don't know, Nettie, I tend to work in the city on Mondays and Tuesdays. If you ever want to come into the city for lunch, I'm up for it. Hit me up on Discord or whatever. Look at this Suki cat. She loves being patted so much. So much. Such a Suki cat. She's ridiculous. And she loves to sleep on me. Either she gets like between my legs, so I sleep with my legs out like that. She sleeps between them. She finds that comforting to have a leg on. So sometimes, like, particularly after this stream, if I've had a few drinks, where I'm just going to lie down and pass out, she will actually sleep on my chest. She will actually climb up and sleep on my chest, and I'm too out of it to push her off. And she's just, yes, sleeping on the master's chest. Oh yeah, no, Safa, no biggie, man. We'll do it. Oh, see, Nettie, I'm in the cities on Mondays and Tuesdays. So yeah, hit me up. Messaging whatevs if you want to come in on a particular day to mix things up. Well, we can have lunch. Find a place to have lunch. Because if the motherfuckers are going to make me come into the office a couple of days a week, at least I should have a bit of fun. Okay, this is really yummy. Oh shit! I almost dropped it. Okay, careful, sunshine. It's like I'm not Tim Smith. I'm maybe half Tim Smith. I think I've been pacing myself pretty well tonight. It's not even 11 yet. So, but yes, that slipped a little bit in my grip then. Yeah, sorry. Safa, meeting MEATING. Yeah. Look at the menu, man. It is you can find it online. Look at the menu and see if it sounds like a good idea. Because there's just a ridiculous amount of places you can choose for lunch in the city. You literally just go, what do I feel like eating? And you'll find a place that does it. It's not far from Southern Cross. From Southern Cross, just get a tram up Burke Street. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, from Southern Cross, just get a tram up Burke Street. And I think you get out at about Exhibition. All right. See? Fucking happening, dude. So yeah, we'll stay in contact with the messaging and whatnot. It means he's decided to. So no, she's going somewhere. You do you, Mimsy. Whatevs going on? Yeah, okay. That's the whole thing. Lots of options. Sorry. See, this would be fun if I actually get to meet people for lunch. Then this is ridiculous. It's like they'll say, go into the office to collaborate and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, fucking whatever. But can I meet someone for lunch? That makes it worth going into the city. Then a tram from South Bank. Depends where you're coming from, Safa. But the easiest thing is if you get a tram that's for the meeting place. If you're getting a tram that's going up Burke Street, and you can get one. Oh no, so question. No more plans to Melbourne plan. I don't have any. I need to go to Sydney at some point, though. I really need to go to the Archie Distillery. I really need to go to the Archie Distillery. So I'll have to work out if and when I can do that, because I really want to do it. Actually, just talking about distilleries, I was kind of intrigued because the Starwood Distillery here in Melbourne, where Kirsten used to work, they're about to put out their anniversary whiskey, 15-year anniversary thing, for which you had to go into a ballot. And they're about to announce the ballot in the next day or so. So hopefully I win the ballot and I get to get this interesting thing. But they've been advertising a whole bunch of special events at the distillery, which I'm super intrigued by. Yes. See, that's what, again, I definitely want to come, so you take me on the special tours, Kirsten. Starwood are in Port Melbourne, Safa, which is actually a reasonable hop, skip, and a jump away from South Bank. It's not a million miles away. It's on that side of the river, but Port Melbourne is a little bit away from South Bank. On South Bank, you're actually much closer to the Patient Wolf Distillery, which is a gin distillery, which is a nice venue as well. But Starwood are over in South Melbourne, and they've been advertising all these events, which I'm super fucking tempted. There's things like they pair with restaurants. Okay, so Kirsten, you're saying Starwood's near the 109, which the 109 would go through South Bank. I have to admit, the one that intrigued me, Starwood teaming up with Saltsmith Bacon. I have actually had Saltsmith Bacon, and it is motherfucking next level bacon. I tell you what, it's wild because they sell it in Woolies, and it's really thick bacon. And my instant reflex when bacon is really thick is it's going to be really chewy. And I got this Saltsmith bacon and cooked it, and it fucking melts in your mouth. Like you bite and it just fucking dissolves. It's amazing. So Starwood, we're having a pairing night of whiskey with bacon. Very tempted to do that. Safa, I'm pretty flexible with lunch. I tend to go to lunch between 12 and 1, but a lot of flexibility. I can do whatevs. But yeah, I'm very tempted by some of these events at Starwood because I'm on their mailing list and they email me all this shit. And I'm like, yeah, that actually sounds like fun. I might do that. But don't know if I'll do any of them. Certainly sounds interesting though. So yeah, I'm pretty flexible stuff. We'll organize it, man. We'll do the messaging through the socials and shit. And on my Discord server, what else is happening on my Discord server? All right, sorry, I'm just going to answer, dude. So why do you milk clarify? So why do you milk clarify? Very obvious visual change. Oh man, I'm slightly clumsy and hit the wrong key. Big change to taste. Smooths out flavors. Also adds way which changes the mouth feel. Much more silky. Mouth. Answer in a pal. The question. Okay. Ooh, 3 people ask you for Melbourne records. Again, you know all the places, Kirsten. I know. Oh God, places. If people ask me, because I've not been to half the good bars in the Melbourne CBD because there's so many of them. But places I've been that I'd recommend people go to. Now I've been to Caretaker's Cottage. Definitely recommend that. I like the Gin Palace. I like the Trinket Bar. I like there's a gin place. It's called 1608 or something. Melbourne Gin Bar 1608. What's it called? 1806. How did I get that backwards? It's not 1608, it's 1806. There's a bar called 1806, which is really good. Gin-based bar. What else is there? Oh, there is it's highlighting Starwood on this map as well. There's oh Jesus. There's a tiki bar called the Luau, which is fun. Oh God, there's another one. Sorry, I've had a couple of beverages this evening, and I'm trying to remember what it's called. There's see, I've never been to Eau de Vie, but it's supposed to be good. Oh God, Mimsy's just rubbing her bloody wet nose against me. Pay attention to me, she says. Pay attention to me. Meatball, super normal. Ugh. Crossways. Wait, oh God, what are you doing, Mimsy? You fucking idiot. Sorry, I think because this place is right next to Luau. Luau, where's that? Wait, what the fuck was that? Okay, so trying to remember the name of the place that's just near Luau. Wait a sec. Okay. Gin Palace, because it's right next to Gin Palace. Oh, Christ, what are you doing, Mimsy? You fucking weirdo. She's climbing up behind me. Bar Ampere. That's what I was trying to remember. Bar Ampere. See, Kirsten, I've never been to Whiskey and Ailment. I've never been to Hats and Tats. I need to go to them. The Elysian Whiskey Bar, which is not far from where Dr. Abigail lives. Okay, do you like cats? Bimsy likes attention. There we go. You shooky cat. You shooky cat. Yes, the Elysian. And I mean, there's the Rum Diaries, which are I mean, again, Melbourne is just fucking overrun with good bars. Some are good, but a bit too noisy. One of the reasons I like Bar Ampere is they make food, quite good food, like burgers and stuff, way past midnight. I think their license is to 3 a.m. Safa, Dr. Abigail's not next to the IMAX, but she's not very far away from it. You can see the IMAX from her place. But yes. Oh, yes. Kirsten, if I go to Whiskey and Almond and Hats and Tats, I want to do it with you. I absolutely want to do it with you. So I'll save them for when you're able to come down here. That would be super fun. I was just thinking there's a fun rooftop place called Heavens Above. It's nice. And yes, Nettie, I agree. Love the Elysian. The guys there are so nice. And they make such good drinks. They make really good drinks. And they'll put together tasting flights for you as well. I think I was with Nettie, and because I don't know Japanese whiskeys very well, and I just said, could you do a Japanese tasting flight for us? I mean, yeah. We tasted it and we're like, oh, we really like this one. And they were like, oh, we've got these other expressions of it, which are like 12 years or 20 years, I don't know, aged whiskeys. And give us some of them. And then they were talking about how this thing we're drinking is like over $1,000 a bottle. And I'm like, how fucking much are you charging me for this thing I'm drinking then? Because I never asked. But yeah. Oh yes. Oh Christ, Nettie. Yes. Doing fucking whiskey and ailment and hats and tats with Kirsten. Cade, she's not easy hearing other opinions. I hear you on that. But I hope if you join the streams, you're able to chill. Oh my God, I fucking understand going through shit. So many of my friends on here are going through shit. So I absolutely understand that. I hope joining this stream helps you chill and whatnot. I try to be very accommodating for people there. So, okay, so Kirsten, you took Nettie to Hats and Tats. And Nettie says it's nummy. Yeah, no, I've got to do it at one point because I haven't done those places. Was there? There's a fun place called Storyville, I think. It's a multi-level bar, and they've got a sort of fantasy story time theme. So it's like, mushroom canopies and whatnot. That's kind of fun. Storyville's kind of fun. I think that's another place with a very late license. So suffer, am I your therapist? The whole thing is I try to ask people to just be chill and don't put too much pressure on me. Oh, Kirsten, if you've not been to Storyville's fun. I haven't been there for a little while. I've been there a couple of times. But Storyville can be quite a bit of fun. And again, they have a really late license. I don't think they do food. I think they just do drinks. Because I sort of got a couple places pegged that are open quite late that do food. There was another place, and Hats and Tats does food to 3. Nice. So that's all right. I know a couple places that do food till 3, which is good to know. I don't think. What was the other place I went to? And it was really good. And every time I've tried to go there, it doesn't seem to be open. So I don't know if it's permanently closed or I'm just unlike. It's the Clown. Okay, got to think back to my college days. Commedia dell'arte, Arlequin. That's it. Sorry, Arlequin. Okay. What does the internet tell us? Is Arlequin still open? It's saying it's open and till 3 a.m. Now, Arlequin, which is a bar in a back street, nice drinks. I had probably the best toasty I've ever had in my fucking life at Arlequin. It was really good. Sorry, Kirsten, I love this. Hats and Tats. You watch them throw out a bunch of disrespectful old ladies. That's awesome. A, I love the fact that there were disrespectful old ladies in there. B, I love that they got thrown out. But yeah, that's another one I remember, Arlequin, which, okay, the internet is telling me is still a lot open, but I swear to God, the last several times I've tried to go to Arlequin, it hasn't been open. So I don't know if it's really open or not. Oh yeah, no, Safa. It's weird. I was with a couple of friends I made through YouTube, and we were fucking bar hopping. Oh, Nettie, do you remember when the dude at um, Bar Americano gave us the? Oh, actually, no. Sorry, this was with other people, not with you. I was at Bar Americano once, and the bartender wrote some things on a napkin. It's like some of his favorite places in the CBD. One of them was Arlequin, and it's really good. So they were being disrespectful in the House of Hats. Punter told them off. They got turfed by the bouncer. Nice. You said this is not your house, Grandma. Nice. Nice. I agree, Nettie. Sounds like a good story. Sorry, English, I love it. You got 100% on the end game report card in Grounded. Excellent. I played a little bit of Borderlands 3 earlier tonight before the stream. Just thought I'll just play a bit. I'll do a little mini mission where I get to fucking shoot a bunch of people, and it was fun. Oh my god, Kirsten, putting their feet on tables. What the fuck? Seriously. No. All right. So yes, the short answer is, I'll see. And yes, Safa, that is rule number one. Be nice to bouncers, not just the bouncers. Be good and respectful to the staff wherever you are. This includes fucking McDonald's, as far as I'm concerned. Be nice, polite, and respectful to people who are serving you, just so you're not being a piece of shit. A side benefit, they might treat you nicely, but just, these people are working. They're serving you. Be fucking nice to them, for fuck's sake. I really have no time for people who are rude or dismissive to serving staff. That shit is fucked up, yo. It's just not on. But yes, it's a hot tip. If you are not respectful in a licensed establishment, you'll get thrown out. And yeah, Kirsten, simple things, please and thank you. And Safa, yes, respect number one, absolutely. But again, on the one side, it might get you treated really nicely. On the second side, you should just fucking do it. These people are serving you food or drink or whatever. Be nice and respect. It's the same as working in the office. The cleaners in my office are quite nice and friendly and talkative. Whenever anyone's going and cleaning, always say hello, always smile, always treat people like they are human beings worthy of decent treatment. It's that fucking simple. So Megalich is recommending Grounded. Anyone who likes survival craft games, open world survival craft, nice. Exactly, Kirsten. It takes zero effort to be kind and nice. The people who are working like a long fucking shift, whether it's 4, 6, 8 hours or sometimes 12 hours on a shift doing stuff, just being nice to them makes their day go a bit easier. And exactly, the cleaners aren't going to do as good. But also, like I said, it being polite to people who are doing something in their job can give you a benefit in that they might do a particularly good job for you or might look after you or whatnot. But it's just like, they're fucking people. It's that simple. Treat them with kindness and respect, and it's good. Oh, wow, nobody stayed for 2.5 weeks. Well, that was nice. I bet you're a bit, because he's gone home now. But that's super nice that he was there with you for 2.5 weeks. I like that. I hope you both had a really good time. That sounds really good. Oh, okay. Gonna put some bottles away, I think. Could I make something with this? No. Oof. It's like I'm not really drunk. I'm not really sober either. I think I'm in that nebulous half Tim Smith world right now. Where I'm cogent enough to know, man, I'm too drunk to do anything like that involves fine motor skills, like driving or whatever. But I'm still very cogent. So, Kirsten, 50% chance being nice, 50% the edge of fear. Pretty effective at getting things nice. I like that. Okay, I'm going to put some bottles away. I think on one level, I'm going, oh, could I make a drink with this? I'm going, yeah, but you also have some shit in bottles that you can just drink straight out of the bottles. And I'm like, yeah, I might just drink some shit straight out of the bottles. I'll just put these ones away. The Cerise Gin, which is very nice. Again, geez, I can't express it strongly enough. Check out Dan Murphy's. Occasionally they have shit on mad specials that they don't even advertise. Like I got this. This was like at least 25% off. I got a bunch of whiskeys that were like 30, 40% off. I'm going to put these away. Put the whiskey on the whiskey shelf. And put the gin on the gin shelf, which is down here. Okay, so Mimsy's just having a good old sleeper there. Oofed. Oh, look, I think I should have a non-alcoholic drink. I was going to drink booze, and I'm just like, you know what? I should drink something non-alcoholic. Because I'm not legless yet. No, I was thinking, where's the bottle? No, it's over here. I'm not legless yet, but I might be if I have another alcoholic drink. So we'll just go with the spiced orange ginger ale. Oh, nice. Kirsten, you made grown humans shake because they parked you in. Other humans have told my scary rage. Nice. So Nettie Nobby came in to look after Shaylee. Nice time. Oh, nice. Oh, wow. So he was actually, because you had to go to Sydney for stuff with your mum? Well, that's really nice. Kate, I think you told us the ending, bro. Yeah, apparently there's some really wild lottery jackpot in the US at the moment, which is at about $1.5 billion. Lotteries in the US are a bit weird. They're not as straightforward as in Australia. There are all these rules about the payoff, and you do pay tax on them. And it's all weird and convoluted. Whereas in Australia, they're quite straightforward. If they say the lottery jackpot is this is what you get. America is a bit weirder, and there are all these different rules about whether you get a lump sum payout or an annual partial payout, and there's tax and whatnot. But yeah, apparently there's some really over-the-top lottery jackpot in the US that's past $1.5 billion. It's just, well, so I love that as a description, Daddy. You've been told you're a really angry mini schnauzer when you let you shit at someone. Kirsten being told emotions can affect the whole room. Fail to see how that's your problem. Oh, that's classic. I love it. Oh, man. It amazes me how into ginger ale I've gotten recently. Yeah, Safa, what would you do with the money? I think the way those US things work, the way to get minimal tax is to get an annual payout. And I don't know if that's 5%. I think it's like 5%. So if it was $1.5 billion, it would be a payout of millions of dollars a year. So how many Big Macs can you buy for $1.5 billion? 3. At least 3. All right, I should have messaged AZ before tonight. I haven't heard from him for a while. Oh, Jesus. Kirsten, I pity the fucking boomer man who tries to correct your behavior. That would not end well. I feel like I'm going to get memes that I've. Sorry, is my Discord? I don't want Discord Nitro. Sorry, I know you need to make money. What the? Why won't that go away? Okay, I need to fucking wipe that. What you doing, Mimsy? Want some more attention? Gonna jump down there? Maybe later. Okay, it's gone. All right. Yeah, okay, there's the Angry Aussie server. Memes. I'm just going to add some memes to my Discord server. Kirsten, you weren't interested in Boomerman's feedback? Consider me shocked. All right. I'm going to find, okay, go through the hundreds of things I've saved on this phone. What's the oldest meme I've got on here? Jesus, I've got a shit ton of stuff on this phone. Going back. Jesus Christ, I've saved a lot of stuff on this phone. Safa, I think AIDS's legal thing is in fact solved. Hang on, oh God. Oh, it's still going. Why have I got so much stuff saved on this phone? Am I insane? No, wait, what's this doing? I feel like it's not really going back to the start. Oh yeah, those are old. Okay. Jesus, how? Sorry, I'm really just scrolling. Yeah, that's quite old. Oh God, it's still going. It's still. Why, God, there's something wrong with me that I save all these things on my phone. Okay, I'm back to the start of the oldest things that are on my phone. It's an old picture of AIDSy. Okay, I'm going to put that on there. Adding stuff. Okay, I'm going to just put half a dozen of the. Those are actually pictures of my kids, not memes. Me dressed up as a zombie, me at Slut Walk, me with AIDSy. Okay. These are. I thought there were more memes back this far. Weird. There's a bunch of weird photos on my phone. Me in drag. Of course. Why not? Here's a. Oh yeah, guy in a gorilla suit chasing a guy in a banana suit. Which I felt compelled to recreate, so I bought a gorilla suit and a banana suit. Me with birds on my head. Me at the zombie shuffle. Me with YouTubers. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff that's not memes, that's personal photos. Okay, well, that's fine. Street art pictures. Ooh, holidays in the UK pictures. Me with bloodshot eyes, me with Franco Cozzo. Is he rubbing her head on me, wanting to get patted? That's real life, that's not a photo. I love that, Kirsten. Thank you for your feedback. We'll not be taking anything on board. Is not the response he was expecting. Swan Boy. Okay, my all-time favorite meme of Victory Kid. Mum and Dad are Oh, okay, that's my meme. Sorry, I put the Gay Lions meme on there. You're missing out if you're not on my Discord server. All right, maybe. Richard Scarry meme? I'm not sure if kids these days still see Richard Scarry stuff. Okay, I'm going to find one more meme. I'll post one more meme. Oh man, I kept the thing with the bars. No? Well, that's interesting to me. I kept the thing with the bars. That's the warning. I just posted the meme of a kid's book doctor to say, why are you such a cunt? So be very careful. All right. So you're missing out if you're not on my Discord. Just posted a bunch of memes. By a bunch, I mean 6, which is honestly not that much because I've got dozens on my phone. And I will ultimately put them all on there. Did I keep my Discord up? I did. Memes. All right, I posted a bunch of memes. All right. So I will just do it again. If you want to join my Discord server and contribute to it, that's my Discord server, which I've just set up. So there's nothing on it except for the memes I just posted. Oh, yum. Man, I love the Fever Tree beverages. Very nice mixes. Also, I feel very wholesome that I am mixing up my beverage drinking with non-alcoholic beverages. Safa, good question. You remember from the thing, people over the back fence were playing some foreign language TV station, and I thought it was like Yiddish, and they were playing it very loud, and it was very weird because it kind of sort of sounded like English. I have not had that for a little while. Maybe they did that in summer. All right, Megaleech joined. Nice. You did. Thanks for joining, Megaleech. But yes, I'm hoping you'll contribute. Might be fun. That might turn into something. Might be a fun place to hang out and do shit. And, you know, as I said, so long as stuff posted's not actually illegal, can have a bit of fun with it. Yes, Safa, that was very weird. I think these people were basically sitting in their backyard playing a TV or radio really loud. That might have been a summer thing. They might start doing it this summer again. I did notice at the very start of the stream, it was still a bit light outside. We get to like December or January, it's kind of light for the first hour of a live stream. So what if Star joined the Discord? No, I need to, because I did set a channel for cocktail talk and whatnot. And I post things like things I'm liking. Like I think basically, I think what I'll do, because when I go out with Mrs. Angry, she takes really good notes so we remember what cocktails we liked. I think what I'll do, one of the things I'll do, with the cocktail channel on my Discord, I'll take pictures of cocktails when I go out and rate them and just say, hey, look, this venue, this cocktail. I won't go, I'm not the sort of wanker who goes, this place is shit. If a place is shit, I just won't mention it. But I'll post stuff when it's good. Oh, wow. Is Big Pat hiding out somewhere? Wrestling Days. Big Pat just joined my Discord. Well, that's a bit of fun. Yes. Greg, do you think I should have a different? Yeah, actually, Melbourne Bar Chat. That's a good one, Greg. I like that. Thank you. And particularly because I know some people are... so I'm going to add Melbourne... Oops, what's that? Chat. Create that. And I'll just... The topic... for Melbourne bars. Save. All right, so I'm actually... okay, I'm going to post a few of my reviews of my favourite places there first up. Yeah, Big Pat must be lurking, and it's really weird because he's normally really chatty. But that's cool. That's cool. He's having a quiet night, and that is fine because he just randomly joined my Discord when I posted it up, so he must be watching. All right. So, yeah, okay, so I'm going to... Cade, the founder of Twitter. Not sure there's a founder. I mean, the original CEO was Jack Dorsey. Is he the founder? I actually don't know. I joined Twitter relatively early because I went to a YouTube event in San Francisco. It's called YouTube Live. This is a long time ago. I went there because I got a ticket to the event. I had to pay my own way there and whatnot, but I got a ticket that ended up literally being a front row seat to this event, which is pretty wild. And I noticed when I got there, everyone was communicating with each other through Twitter, and I thought, what the fuck is this? So I signed up for it, but I reckon I didn't really use it for close to a year after I signed up for it. But so my account is from the relatively early days of Twitter, but I reckon I didn't really use it properly until about a year after I joined it. So there honestly used to be this thing where you were account number X, so you could see when you joined Twitter, and mine was relatively early, but not super early. In fact, if I bring that up, I don't want notifications. Fuck off. Okay, my Twitter account. Ooh, yeah, OnlyFans. Sorry, it was a friend putting stuff. No, I wasn't thinking of OnlyFans. It was oh Christ, what was that social media thing that killed itself when they said you couldn't post porn on there anymore? Tumblr. Tumblr killed itself when they said that you couldn't post porn on it anymore. And Tumblr's recently apparently changed their rules so you can post porn again. Where's my profile? Okay, Angry Aussie on Twitter. Joined July 2008. Okay, well, that's pretty freaky. I've been on Twitter 14 years. Okay, that is pretty fucking freaky. That is actually slightly longer than I expected. Yeah, sorry, Mega Leech. OnlyFans, I was on Twitter, and my friend who's a dominatrix was posting her OnlyFans link, which confused me. Oh, okay. See, Rabid Game Fan, I had not been paying that close attention. So after saying you can post porn again, then they've walked it back again because it's hard to be on Apple's App Store if you have porn on there. It still remains hilarious to me that, 90% of Tumblr's traffic was porn, and they went, we're not going to allow porn anymore. And so their user base just fucking cratered. Hello, Mimsy. You've come back to say hello again. Sure, everyone likes to see you, you weird, obsessive, needy cat. Yes, you are. You're a weird, obsessive, needy cat. No, sorry, Safa. Mistress M was never a dominatrix. That was kind of a joke calling her Mistress M. There's a friend of mine. She's actually an Aussie who works in London under the name Mistress Cleo. She's a very cool person. Yeah, and Safa, Twitter censors porn on and off. Because there's definitely still people who post porn on Twitter. There was that weird bit where OnlyFans was for a moment saying we're going to ban sexual content, and it's like, are you fucking fooling yourself or what? And they backed off, and they just got this massive backlash. But it was an absolute fucking joke that OnlyFans was going to restrict sexual content, as if that's not 90+% of their fucking business. Again, these fucking companies, they do my head in. I don't understand. So Megali, she joined Twitter in August 2012. It's weird how long these things have been away, because, man, prior to Facebook and Twitter, the social media platforms used to flame out after a couple of years, thinking MySpace, Friendster, and a couple of others. They used to flame out after a couple of years, but yeah, like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, trying to entrench themselves as permanent. So, although there are signs Facebook's on the flame out stage of their life. They're going to go down a screaming heap, aren't they, Mimsy? Facebook's going to go down. Yes. Funny cat. No, sorry, I stopped patting her. That's not good enough. She wants to be patted more. Okay, Mimsy, I understand. You want to be patted more. I will pet you more. You big sucky monster. You big sucky monster. Yes. Yes, you are. Funny bloody cat. This is the thing where she headbutts me for attention. Well, Safa, Twitter May 2009. That's pretty early. See, Safa, now you're making me feel old. What's Friendster? Friendster was a very short-lived social media platform. Only lasted a couple of years because it tried to put a bunch of really restrictive rules on the users on what they could and couldn't do. And so it imploded because when they started imposing all these rules, everyone went, yeah, okay, fuck you. So Friendster literally only lasted a couple of years. And I never really got into sorry, my brain stopped working. What was the original one with the friends list, the top 10 list, which I mentioned, where Tom was your friend when you joined? Good Lord, I must be getting on a bit in the evening if basic things are escaping my poor brain. Or is it just you taking up all my brain, Mimsy? Is that what it is? Yes? MySpace. Jesus Christ, that's what I was trying to remember. MySpace. Thank you, Kirsten. Thanks for that, Kate. Yes, there is a difference between sexual harassment and sexual misconduct. And yes, they are both unacceptable. Oh my God, look at you. You're so fucking demanding. You know what? I'm going to look up a cocktail. I think I want my next barrel aged cocktail. I want it to be gin based. Where's the gin section in here? Oh wait, this isn't divided up by spirits. It's all in alphabetical order. Okay. So I'm definitely going to make this apple malt toddy at some point. I have to go out and get a non-fizzy apple cider. All right. Something good with gin. Maybe not something as boring as an aviation. A beach bomb. It's a bunch of rums. Beer Cassis, Dubonnet Rouge, and Theroux Cassis. Oh, and then top it with beer. Okay. Bee's Knees. We'll find an interesting gin cocktail here. Pisco and sake and honey liqueur. Chula, rye whiskey, rum, lemon juice, and maple syrup. That's an interesting sour. Oh no! Husband just told you off for eating chips. Oh, that's no good. I was thinking of eating chips. I have chips up there. At Betsy Ross. Cognac and port and Grand Marnier. A Blackbeard, gin and aquavit and pineapple juice. So I don't want to put juices in I need a boozy thing. Don't want juices in there. A bijou, gin and vermouth and chartreuse. Equal parts. Don't think I want to use that much chartreuse. Chartreuse is expensive and a little bit hard to come by. Oh, nice smuggly chatting memes. Gonna tell my kids this was war with the Y2K bug. And it is in general. Wave at wrestling days in there. Okay, a Blackbeard, gin, aquavit, pineapple juice, stout, and rum. A Black Star, vodka. Well, fuck that. No, it's got juices. A Blackjack, cognac, and Kirschwasser. Coffee. A Blackthorn. Whiskey and vermouth. Gin. Ooh. This, okay, an English Blackthorn. Gin and slow gin and sweet vermouth. That could be really good barrel aged. I could mix in a bunch of... I could cheat a bit, mix it up with some Navy Strength, some regular gin, some of my fruity gins, and some sweet vermouth. That's a possibility. That's a possibility for a barrel-aged cocktail. Blood and Sand, a blinker. You know what? I think I have to do a toilet break, actually. Maybe play you a video. Safa saying hello. Sorry, because I get the little beeps when someone puts something on the Discord server. I guess I've been very lax in setting up Discord. No, maybe we could make something of that. All right. I don't know if it's just because I've had a couple drinks, but I'm feeling vaguely positive about it. We could do something with it. Okay. Okay. Might play a cocktail video. What did I play? I might replay me tasting the homemade Vegemite vodka because that was funny. Because I need to take a toilet break, I think. Yes, you get to see Mimsy's, but at least she's not lifting the tail up the way cats obnoxiously do. All right. So I might play a 3-minute video of me tasting my own Vegemite vodka, which, spoiler alert, is terrible. Because I need to take a toilet break. So we'll share the screen. All right, I'm going to share that. All right, just do that. We'll make it full screen. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Well, since I've done a video like this, a concoction in the kitchen, thought I'd do one. This one actually has its birth literally years ago when I decided, what would Vegemite vodka be like? And I literally got some vodka and a couple of spoonfuls of Vegemite, let it sit for a while, and then tasted it. In fact, I got some of my friends to taste it. It was awful, okay? Spoiler alert, it was terrible. And it just kind of sat for literally years. Then recently, a friend suggested, why don't you milk clarify it? That might make it palatable. That's what I did, and it came out this nice, clear, amber brown color where it used to be a very murky, dark brown with little bits of Vegemite floating in it. So maybe this is going to work. I was going to drink straight from the bottle, but I thought, pour it into a little glass. Have some goddamn class. Oh, that is bad. That is still bad. That is so salty. So no way am I going to be drinking Vegemite vodka anytime soon, just by itself. But given how salty it is, I thought maybe I could use it to make a dirty martini. With a gin base, of course, I'm going to start with 2 ounces of this from Never Never. It's their beeswax and olive gin, one of their limited editions. It's got a nice savoury flavour. It's going to go very well in a dirty martini, starting with 2 ounces, 60 mils of gin. Time to dirty it up a bit. I was thinking of just putting a bar spoon in, but you know what? I'm throwing caution to the wind. I'm going to put in half an ounce or 15 mils of my Vegemite vodka. As one would expect for a martini, now comes some vermouth, a dry vermouth from South Australia, Unico Pomelo. It's actually got some citrus elements in it, very unusual for a vermouth, but it works really well, makes really good martinis. I'm going to add half an ounce or 15 mils of dry vermouth. To round things out, I'm going to add 2 dashes of orange bitters to our stirring glass. Just realizing with the addition of vodka, this is essentially a Vespa, the James Bond martini. But James Bond is an idiot. This will be stirred, not shaken. So we're going to add ice to our glass and stir that for 20-25 seconds to get it chilled and get a little bit of dilution. Then we're going to strain it into a chilled martini glass and add a twist of lemon. Another touch James Bond would agree with. And here we have our Vegemite Vespa martini, a dirty Vespa. Let's see what it's like. Wow, that actually works. That's why dirty martinis are popular. Putting the salty element in with your gin and vermouth works quite well. So on its own, that Vegemite vodka is terrible. But in a dirty martini, it absolutely works. So there you go. If you ever do an experiment and it fails and you don't like it, don't give up. Down the line, you might find another way to use it. I think if you're not already subscribed, me drinking that Vegemite vodka has warranted a sub. But whatever you're doing, I hope you do take care, look after yourself, and I hope to see you again. Until I do see you, I will say cheers. Okay, so yes, Megaleech. That is in fact Megaleech's suggestion. That's good. So yes, Kirsten, you being told off by husband for eating chips motivated me to get some chips. I got these a luxury brand of chips: Kettle, Kakadu Plum, and Australian aged Cherry. Yum. You don't want the Mimsy. You don't like chips. Okay, so how are we all doing? Coming up on midnight. I mean, I feel like I'm still going strong. But I'm keen to see how everyone's doing. Soldiering on. That type of thing. Might put myself the beverage. I think I will go my rum punch, which is in the Frigidaire. So that seems like a fine choice to me. I just need some more ice for my glass if I'm going to do that. The other thing, another potential is my fridge thing. Nettie, these, okay, what are the chippies like? Okay, for a start, half price at Coles this week. I think they're quite light. They're not a very exotic flavor. They're not a very strong flavor. Slightly sweet, nice and crunchy. Not bad at all. Okay, I need to get some ice. Musie's very fascinated every time I move. She's like, what are you doing? Knowing her, I think her only thought process is, are you thinking of going and getting me some food? I feel like that's all she ever thinks about. All right, put the big old block of ice in there. And then put that away. Put that away. Yeah, it's all gone away, Mimsy. And cannot be fucked to make another drink. Oh man, the water reservoir is nearly empty. How did that happen? Oh, my clarified rum punch, spiced rum punch, in fact. Very classy drink, my nose. Oh Christ, water's empty everywhere. Right, I need to fucking fix up water here. Right. Oh, don't water run out. Okay. Safa, there are no half-price supermarkets near where I live. Just adjusting that for no reason. Yes, Mimsy, how are we doing? Yes. Mimsy likes the attention. So I feel like I could fire up Red Dead Redemption now. And so drunk I would not be able to do a single... I'm not that drunk. But I don't think I'd be able to do a single goddamn thing on Red Dead. But it's in the boring thing at the moment with John Marsden on a farm before Abigail temporarily leaves him. Once she leaves him, he gets to go off and do all sorts of bounty hunting shit and explore. And you can do all sorts of shit then once you're shot of her. Dodgy bit of writing in that where they make Abigail such a colossal bitch. But then John links up again with A.D. Sadler and take on bounty hunter jobs and just kill motherfuckers. And you get to explore again, because at the moment he can't really explore because he's got work to do. But if I get through a few more of the boring setup things of the John Marsden story, then I can just roam around again, have adventures, have random encounters. Oh, god damn, that's yummy. Man, I've had a real diversity of drinks tonight. Oh, yeah, because I was trying to think, what's that dominant taste in this? Because I use this coconut syrup I got from the supermarket to sweeten it, and that's really the dominant taste that's in this. It's almost like a burnt honey flavor. It's really yummy. Very, very, very super yummy. All right. Put this in, try not to break anything. All right. Mimsy is so interested in everything I do. Yes, Mimsy Bimsy? Yes, Mimsy Bimsy? Alrighty, alright. Trying to think, if I watched anything recently? Watched another episode of Preacher today at lunch. Having lunch at home, working from home. The Preacher TV series is very interesting because I read the Preacher comics back in the 90s when they came out. And the TV series is hugely, widely divergent from it. Some of the same characters, some of the same story points, but also some very different characters and very different story points. Oh, yes. Sorry. Safa, did I unconsciously say, all right. That is Matthew McConaughey for sure. What's the other thing? The meme associated with Matthew McConaughey from the Wolf of Wall Street. Those are rookie numbers. You've got to push those numbers way up. When he asks Leo DiCaprio's character how many times a day he masturbates. And he says once. Those are rookie numbers. You've got to push those numbers way up. I think Matthew McConaughey comes across as very funny in his movies. He means he's seeing my lap, you're getting a big cuddle. She's such a big sucky cat. That's okay, don't you? And yes, I agree, Safra. He has a sexy southern accent, which I can't really do. He did some very interesting ads for a car maker. They're all on YouTube, and those are really interesting ads because they all revolve around how interesting Matthew McConaughey sounds when he just speaks. And yeah, is it Wild Turkey he does the ads for? I know he does ads for one of the big mainstream bourbon brands. It's all well and good. But who knows? See, the big mainstream brands in the US are Jim Beam it's Jim Beam and Jack Daniels, and Wild Turkey's a bit less well known than that. Wild Turkey makes some good fucking bourbons. Okay, I'll throw my 2 cents in. The Wild Turkey 101, which is 101 proof, which is 50.5% alcohol by volume. So the standard bourbons are 40%. This one's 50%. Really good cocktail bourbon. It's just got a bit of extra kick in it. So when you add it to a cocktail and it dilutes a bit, is actually a really good cocktail bourbon. Not that I have any of it at the moment. I have had it in the past. as I was saying, the vast majority of my whiskies are Australian, but I do have one Scotch whiskey, one Irish whiskey, one American bourbon. Oh, all bourbons are American. One American rye, and one American single malt. All the other whiskies, another dozen whiskies, are Australian. So, Nettie, what are sleep stories? So McConaughey's done sleep stories. Man, oh sorry, that the clarified spiced rum punch I made is so rich, and it's because I think when I make it next time, I will use a different sugar syrup because it's not unpleasant, but the coconut syrup is such a strong flavor, it's dominating everything else. So I think I will use a lighter sugar syrup next time I make it, just to let some other flavors come through a bit more. It's super fucking tasty though. It's such a rich flavor. This is a thing I've made. I made it a little while ago and I haven't used it yet. This is a spiced tea mix. I forget which tea it was, but I made some really strong tea, and then put it in a saucepan and bubbled it away. And I toasted some spices, some cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, I think cardamom as well, and then added the tea to them, and then boiled that in a saucepan for a while. And so this is reasonably strong and concentrated, a bit bitter. This is intended for a clarified milk punch, to bring down the alcohol content in it, but put in some interesting flavors. Because as much as I like getting hammered, sometimes it's nice to have a drink that doesn't get you as pissed as fast. So I'm thinking of making a milk punch that is lower alcohol content than a lot of a drink. So it'll be fruit juices, that tea mix there, and then some booze. And then milk clarify it, and it should be a really tasty, interesting milk punch. So, Nettie, remember that app Calm's being advertised? They have sleep stories. Oh, honestly, I don't. I actually don't remember that. But I understand what it is from the way you're describing it. So oh man, his voice would be great for putting you to sleep. I was thinking, who else would be? Chris Isaac would be really good for that. I love the way he sings that, and he's always come across as a very funny guy. Man, he hasn't done anything for ages that I know of. Okay, now randomly, I'm going to look up Chris Isaac, American singer-songwriter. I think his high point was in the 80s, early 90s. Born 56, so he's 10 years older than me. So he's in his late 60s. He's a cool dude. Chris Isaac has a Facebook and an Instagram and a website. Okay, what's on chrisisaac.com? Okay, I think that's an old photo of him. Everybody knows it's Christmas. Nice, he's got a Christmas album. Good on you, man. Cash in. He's doing an Everybody Knows It's Christmas tour. Yeah, dude, you've been working for decades. Cash in, motherfucker. I have no qualms about people cashing. Okay, so he's playing at the House of Blues in New Orleans. How much does a ticket cost? I'm literally just looking. I'm obviously not going, but I'm going to look up how much would it cost to go to Chris Isaac at the House of Blues in New Orleans. Yes, I agree. Oh, really? The maximum one's 120? General admission standing are the only ones left. So a base ticket's $67.50. And there were some $120 seats in there. That's actually not that expensive for someone of Chris Isaac's stature in a big venue, quite honestly. Oh, Christ. Safa, no Michael Bublé, please. Nettie, you think the app Calm was recommended to you because the algorithm worked out you were not calm? But yes, I think Chris Isaac was most famous for stuff he did in like late 80s, early 90s, like Wicked Game and Baby Did a Bad Thing, which was in that Kubrick's last film, Eyes Wide Shut. Again, whenever I saw Chris Isaac interviewed, like, on those Tonight shows or whatever, he was really good talent. He was a very good interview subject. He was very entertaining. And there was a very funny story he told whereas Stanley Kubrick wanted to use Baby Did a Bad Thing for this movie. The movie had Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman in it, Eyes Wide Shut. He wanted to use Baby Did a Bad Thing. And Chris Isaac says, I got a call from my agent. And he says, like Stanley Kubrick wants to use your song in his movie. And Chris has gone, that's the coolest thing ever. That's awesome. And his agent says, so should I call him back and say you agree to license the song? And Chris Isaac's like, did you not just fucking say yes? Why did you not just say it's Stanley fucking Kubrick? Holy shit, call him back before he's changed his mind. What the fuck is wrong with you? And it was so cute. Like Chris Isaac was so starstruck by the idea of Stanley Kubrick wanting to use his song in a movie. And his agent didn't understand it. And Chris Isaac's going, call him back and say yes. I don't want him to change his mind. Nettie, really not calm in 2018. Is that when it got recommended to you? Damn. Okay, Chris's bio. So I'm going to say, Chris Isaac's got a YouTube channel as well. Of course he does. Okay, what does Wikipedia say about Chris Isaac? Born June 26, 1956. Filmography? Discography. What albums has he released? First album in 1985. What has he done since 2000? Always Got Tonight 2002, Christmas 2004, Mr. Lucky 2009, Beyond the Sun 2011, First Comes the Night 2015, Everybody Knows It's Christmas 2022. There you go. So he hasn't released a lot since 2000. Two of them are Christmas album. Films he's been in, he was in Married to the Mob. He was a bit part in Silence of the Lamb. Bit part in Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me. Little Buddha, The Thing You Do. So he's done a whole bunch of small roles in film. But he had his own TV show for a while. The Chris Isaac Show. Ran for a couple of years. And that was a really fucking funny show. 2001 to 2004. I really liked it. That was very, very funny, in my humble opinion. Do I have a humble opinion? Does that sound disingenuous if I ever say something and then I say, in my humble opinion? Because I feel like I never come across as humble. I just come across as super fucking opinionated. Like I got to do angry responses to comments for the first time on my angry cocktail channels. And they weren't very angry, but they were very fuck you. One of the shorts I released was how to make a better porn star martini. And it was don't use vodka. And I said, I'll make it easy for you. Just use white rum. It's not that outlandish. 3 different commenters took exception to it and were really affronted that I was saying a porn star martini is a shit drink. Vodka is a shit ingredient. You make it better by making it with white rum. And 3 different commenters were taking offense to it. So I was responding to them in a comparatively polite fuck you. It was hella fun because I had not done that on my cocktail channel up to this point. And Safa, should you have bacon for breakfast tomorrow? Hell yes, you should. That is something I'm literally always going to say yes to. I got some streaky bacon in the fridge. Don't know. We'll see how I feel when I wake up. Seriously, I might just have a protein bar for breakfast or brunch because seriously, by the time, what are we coming? Oh, we're past midnight now. So I'm probably going to sleep in a bit. So by the time I'm up and about and thinking of something to eat, it's probably going to be more brunch than breakfast. Might do a bacon sandwich. I like a bacon sandwich. Might just like do a protein bar to start with, and then maybe have something more like a meal for lunch. But I am going out with Mrs. Angry for dinner and drinks tomorrow night to a quite nice venue. So I might actually see that might go on my Discord server. I might post some pickies of cocktails on my Discord server tomorrow night with a little recommendation. Because last time I went to this place, it was good. So I have to put a little thing like explaining, and I've explained it on the stream before, but my Discord server explaining my cocktail ratings. It's like 7 out of 10 is good. Less than 7 out of 10 is 7 out of 10 is kind of I don't regret getting it. 8 out of 10 is this is really good and I would definitely get it again. So 7 out of 10 is I don't regret getting it, but I won't rush to get this again. 8 out of 10 is this is good and I would get it again. 9 out of 10 is this was fucking great and I would like another one now. Thank you very much. And I do occasionally rate things as more than 9 out of 10, 9.5. I never rate anything 10 because I think nothing's perfect. There's always room for improvement. But every now and then I get so into one, I'm going like, this is 9.5, 9.75. Like, seriously, last week, this place we found did something as simple as a whiskey sour. And it was fucking 9 out of 10. It was really good. We had, Mrs. Angry and I think we had 2 drinks each at this place. And like 3, it was a really good venue. 3 of them were 8 out of 10. This whiskey sour, which is such a simple drink, but it was fucking 9 out of 10. It was really good. It was as close to perfection as I've ever had with a whiskey sour, I think. Very good. Safa, I think the thing is you can pay for a Discord server. There's a thing they call Nitro, which is a whole bunch of extra features. I feel like it will be a long time before I want Nitro, but we'll see. Safa, is date night every Saturday night? Well, what we've decided, because the only reason we ever used to do it every second week is because every second week Mrs. Angry was looking after her son. You know, he's a fucking adult now. And just said like, well, maybe we'll do something every Saturday night. Maybe every second Saturday night will be something low key. And then every other Saturday night will be, you know, like a full on date, like going to a really nice venue and whatnot. So yeah, normally there's probably, it would probably be quite rare to have Saturday night streams from now on, because Mrs. Angry and I will be doing stuff together. But our internal plan is every second Saturday night, maybe do a low key date night thing, but then every other Saturday night, proper date, proper venue and whatnot. But we'll see. Like I said, election night, almost definitely a live stream. Yeah, we are a very cute couple, Safa. I'm a very big believer in being cutesy and affectionate. I'm a big softie, despite what people who've been on the receiving end of my anger online might think. I'm a big softie when it comes down to it. It's just some people provoke me into being a little bit angry. So I guess that's just the way it goes, basically. Which, okay, that's interesting. I tend to log into different YouTube profiles on different browsers. That's how I keep things sorted. Okay, that's that. Oh, okay, that's what that is. Okay, fine. Hey, Dr. Abigail and Stella. Oh, I'm still up. I'm going to stay up now that you all are here. Well, Dr. Abigail, you and Stella just got here at the same time. Leave it at that. All right, now I'm reinvigorated. Are you reinvigorated, Mimsy, or are you sleepy? Are you thinking, why won't this guy go and lie down so I can lie on him? Ooh, is Dr. Abigail with a fabulous sweep of colour?
Hello.
Hello.
I just got home and I had a great night. It was
Nice.
a great night. It was so
Excellent.
good.
Love to
And
hear it.
I had a very, very beautiful woman tell me she loves me.
Oh, well,
So
that's nice.
I'm basically floating on cloud nine right now.
Oh,
and
well,
I
that's
fucking
excellent.
deserve it. And I
Fuck yes,
may
you
be
do.
very drunk.
Oh, well, that's good too. I love this also from Stella. The phone predictive test follows Abigail with the kissy emoji.
Aww.
So that's pretty good. The phone knows what's up, basically. That's pretty good.
So I had a lovely evening. As you know, I bought tickets to the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra.
Yes,
and
we
I
discussed
took
that the other night.
took someone who I have a crush on, and their name is get this, her name is also Abigail. So it was two Abigails. And they loved it, and they have drinks at the MSO, believe it or not. So
That's nice.
we were having a few drinks there, and we snuck some candy in, which you're not supposed to do, but it was fucking awesome. Just like I've never been to, yes, Megaleech from Dune Club. She's also in my D&D group, but I've known her for way longer than that.
Nice.
Yes, I've never been to the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra before. So a while back,
That's pretty
I bought
nice.
tickets, and I only had one panic attack while I was there in the
So
city.
that's pretty good.
I
That's pretty.
know. Like, how good is that?
Yeah.
Yay! Um,
Woo!
I'm so drunk right now. Oh, um, yeah. So
Excellent.
after it was Beethoven's Fifth. How could I not go see it? But
Absolutely.
they actually played his Beethoven's piano concerto number 5 as well, which I'd never heard. I don't know
Oh,
why. It was fucking amazing. Hearing it
nice.
live was just, it brought me to tears. It was beautiful. So Abigail and I were just loving this concert.
Oh, excellent.
Safa, it was at the Hamer Hall in the Arts Centre, where the MSO performs.
Nice.
And so yeah, we did that, and then we went to the Elysian across the road from my house,
Oh, holy cow! You got to go to
and
Elysia as well.
fucking
Yeah.
had more drinks, had cocktails, and I had a
Yes.
whiskey shot at the end, and I'm fucked up. And then Abigail had to go home, but
Good
it
night,
was
though.
so good. Yeah, it was a great night, and yeah, like yeah, it was a really nice night, and
Oh, excellent.
fucking after the month
Well,
I've had, I fucking deserve it.
Nettie's taking some pills and going to sleep. That seems like a fine choice.
I have to take my migraine meds because I'm getting a migraine.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Stella, it was a fucking awesome night. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I dressed up, and
Yep.
yeah, I did get my boobs out a bit.
Did you recolor your hair recently, or is it just the lighting?
No, I just washed it. I look, yeah, ever since the recent traumatic event in my life, I
Yeah,
haven't really been. I've had other priorities on top of
absolutely.
personal hygiene.
Priorities should be you and your well-being.
Yeah, but I had, yeah, I had a shower, washed my hair, and
Hmm,
styled it. I fucking styled my own hair and did a full face of makeup, foundation, blush, and contoured, and
nice.
fucking
Nice.
eyeliner and the whole thing, and
The
like
whole
lipstick
thing.
and fucking lip gloss and everything, and yeah, like the whole thing.
Good. Good. And it all paid off with a great big
And a
nut.
fucking Homer Simpson pin on my
Yes.
jacket because
Class.
I'm classy that way.
Class. That's a class and the whole
No,
place up with that.
it was a great night, and I fucking loved it. And it
Excellent.
was
Oh,
just
so
like
glad to hear
fucking.
it.
I've never seen the MSO live, and I'm so glad I got to tick that box.
That sounds great. Yeah.
And yeah, and like yeah, I got to spend the evening with like someone I've been crushing on for ages,
Ah, and
and
it went well. Nice.
yeah, and like when we were at Elysian, she said, "I think I fell in love with you tonight," and I'm like, "What?" And yeah, it was really nice. So
Nice.
I'm pretty happy right now.
Yep, that's a result. That's nice. Like it.
Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, like she couldn't like um she couldn't stay over or anything like that. But yeah, it's like people's lives are complicated. People have
That
baggage.
that sums it up. Complicated.
Yeah,
Everything's complicated.
yeah. I have baggage. She has baggage. It just
Yeah.
happens. So
You've got to work it
I'm gonna
out.
go take my migraine meds
Yeah, and come
because
back.
now that I'm home, like,
Yeah,
it's just,
yeah. It's
and
all
I'll be
catching up to you.
back. I'll be back. But don't let my sudden appearance stop you from needing to sleep.
Oh no, it's good. I'm actually going quite strong.
Okay, cool. I have no mixes, and the only way to get like cola or anything is to go to the 7-Eleven down the road. So I don't think I'll be drinking anything else tonight.
Well, that's fine. Sounds
So
like you've had a few quality drinkies in the
I've
lead up.
had quite a few drinks tonight. So
I've been
Kate
trying
is
to be
asking
good.
me, do I prefer Simpsons, Family Guy, or South Park? Um, Simpsons seasons like 3 to 10, or
Yes,
even like
that's
2 to
classic.
10.
Yeah,
South Park is a bit edgy, too edgy, edgelord for me, and Family Guy is just like fucked in the head.
yeah,
And Futurama, absolutely. I'm the Futurama head and shoulders above
yeah.
any of those. So, my grandmates. I'll be back in a sec.
Back in a sec. All right. I still remain fascinated that when Dr. Abigail's on, she seems to see comments before me. And I mean like up to 30 seconds before me, which is very well. Yes, Stella, I agree. Dr. Abigail deserves much more romance. So that's kind of fun. Mm. Oh, sorry, this one I'm having. Might even knock off the alcohol again after this. This is my triple C, the clarified. What do you call it? The clarified creamsicle colada. I suffer. I don't think migraines count as a hangover. I think it's a different thing. But oofed. Minzy likes the attention. Cade, I actually agree. King of the Hill is an exceptional show. King of the Hill is a very good show. Classic and underrated for a number of years. Modern ones, animated stuff. Not that it's really that type of thing, but the animated Star Trek series Below Decks is brilliant. I think I have an episode or two to catch up on that. On Netflix, Big Mouth, I think, is very funny. There's a new season on that I have to catch up on. And as much as Rick and Morty has a very toxic fan base, I very much enjoy Rick and Morty. Also, the other show by one of the Rick and Morty creators, Solar Opposites. I find Solar Opposites really funny. I really enjoy Solar Opposites. I have a bit of a weakness for animated shows aimed at older audiences. Mm. Yum, tasty, tasty. Thick and love clarified cocktails, basically. I guess I've actually had three. Cool shit. I just realizing how many I've drunk. I've 3 cocktails that I've made and mixed and recorded for my cocktail channel. And then I've had 3 of my pre-made clarified cocktails. So that's pretty solid going for 4.5 hours. 6 cocktails.
How's it going?
Good. I just realizing as tallying. I this week I've been shooting short videos for my cocktail channel during the live stream, and I actually shot 3 tonight. So I had 3 cocktails that I made, and then I just realized this is I have 3 different clarified cocktails in containers, and this is the third one I've had. Something. Oh, so that's 6 cocktails over four
Oh,
and a
oh,
half
oh.
hours.
I had a new cocktail that they're devising at Elysian,
Ooh,
but I forget what they called it. Fuck. because they're bringing out a new cocktail menu soon. And
clearly going to have to go back there if they've got a new
Yeah.
menu.
yes, I figure we should do a streaming night
We
here
should
in
sometime
Numenor,
soon. Yeah.
in the port city of Romenor.
Yeah. Yeah. We should absolutely do that sometime soon. Yes, Mimsy, we'll do that. I'll be doing a stream with a different cat in the room. Will you be affronted? Will you?
A different cat.
Yes.
Ah,
We do that on a Friday night.
I had to pee as well. I hope
That's fair. I've had to do that too. Oh wow, Cade, we're on the same thing. The Iron Giant is a fucking incredible movie.
I haven't seen that.
Oh my god, it's so
I'm gonna
good.
Take my glasses off. I hope
It's one
okay
of those. I'm very susceptible to emotional manipulation in shows, or honestly in commercials. I get very emotional, but the Iron Giant is beautifully structured, and in the climactic scene, just the dialogue has all these callbacks to things that happened earlier in the movie, and
Yeah.
just this climactic scene just gets me every time. Like if,
Man.
for instance, if I was acting in something and I had to genuinely look like I was tearing up or crying, I would just remember.
You'd watch
I
that.
would remember the climactic scene.
You know what I would watch?
What?
The bit where Aragorn is king. So his name is now Elisar.
Yeah.
And the hobbits are going to bow, and he says, "No, you bow to no one." And all of Minas Tirith bow to the hobbits. That gets me every time.
Yeah.
That's
Probably if I rewatch that would get to me. If thinking of it doesn't get to me, but I think if I rewatched it would get to me.
Fair enough. I guess I haven't seen the Iron Giant.
I haven't watched The Lord of the Rings for a while, but I feel like there's a bunch. I get things just like really hit me emotionally. There's probably, over the 3 movies, there's probably 20 different points that would get to me.
Fair enough. And, I hope it's okay if I look a little less sexy at the moment, but I had to take my glasses off.
No, it's all good. It doesn't make you any less sexy at all.
I don't know. It's the bags under my eyes, I think.
I'm trying to think what else. See, when I say like emotional reactions, I don't just mean sad emotional things, although what I'm talking about with the Iron Giant is that, but happy stuff. And that one in The Lord of the Rings, that's a happy
emotional
one. Yeah.
Also, I took my emotional support duck.
I'm sure that helped the whole evening.
To the concert, so
yeah, I'm sure that helped the whole evening.
Me. Yes, Jake spent his life in a Ziploc bag, so Jake needs to experience life now. So I'm taking him to see the world.
Yeah.
Oh, Stella, stop. Thank you.
Yeah, Stella can be counted on. That's all I'm saying. God, I'm trying to think. I don't want to get too invested in scenes in TV shows or movies that make me emotional, and I'm very susceptible to emotional manipulation. Basically.
Oh yeah, like I'll tear up at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
I teared up at an episode of The Wackiest Ship in the Army once.
Yeah. I mean, I can be made to tear up for razor commercials, basically. Father-son bonding stuff would be like, oh, it's so beautiful.
The scene in Interstellar when he gets back, Matthew McConaughey gets back from the water planet, and it's been like decades.
Yes.
And he sees the
message.
The message from his daughter, and they're the same age. Waterworks.
Yeah.
Just
the one that gets me is when he's in that sort of multi-planar place, and he can go back and send back messages, and you realize what the little girl had said about the books were sending messages and it's saying don't go is true, and he's there in
And it was
tears sending her messages, tell me to don't go. That
Stay.
rips me apart.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
just
It was
because you
him.
always thought the little girl was just being an emotional little girl. Like I had the messages saying don't go, and I guess it was really him really sending a message. This entire thing is a waste, and I missed my life with you. Don't go, and that just rips me apart.
Kitten, Will's cat is just tearing apart my desk out of spite. It's fucking Maine Coon, I swear.
Yeah.
Kitten, you're right there, mate.
So Stella, oh yeah, dogs dying or getting hurt in movies. That's a bit rough.
Oh yeah, anything to do with animals. I don't care what type of animal it is.
Yeah.
If it's been portrayed like with any kind of emotion and then gets hurt, waterworks.
So if you're saying Ewoks, not so much the dance, but the bit with Wicket where the Ewoks are fighting and they do actually have one Ewok
that dies, and the other one
leaps to it and shakes it, says "Get up," and it doesn't get up, and then just goes. Oh, I'm tearing up remembering that now.
Yep.
That one bit. They
that
had
one
one
Ewok
Ewok get killed.
Yeah.
And then, mind you, in the last one, the Ewoks who are fucking psycho savages when they're having the party, one's using a bunch of stormtrooper helmets for percussion. And don't forget, they were lining up our heroes to be cooked over a fire and eaten. The Ewoks are fucking psychos.
So I tried to catch Kitten, but he was uncatchable. Yeah, don't mess with dogs or cats.
Yeah.
Or I will come and get you.
Well, yeah, there's actually websites that tell you, like, you know, does the dog get hurt? Like, if you don't want to see the movie, if the dog gets hurt in it, there are websites that go like, no, don't watch this. It's too traumatizing.
I'm just gonna sit back and let these migraine meds kick in.
Yeah, let them kick in.
Also, I'm gonna have a shot of this whiskey.
Oh yeah, go for it. Safa, do Gungans count as animals? I wasn't very emotionally involved with Gungans, I have to admit.
Nah.
But I'm trying to think. There's not a huge amount of Star Wars moments that really get me emotionally. I was actually less upset at the last of probably because it was just such a shitty movie, The Rise of Skywalker, just because Carrie Fisher died before that came out. And the original intention was the first movie was basically all about Han. The second movie was basically all about Luke. The third movie was going to be all about Leia, but she died. And they had some unused footage they could fit in, which I think they did a reasonable job with. It wasn't terrible. But I remember
it was tasteful.
Died, and they basically said she is going to be in the movie. I was just, that's it. I'm going to cry every time she's on screen, aren't I? And I didn't. I wasn't actually that emotionally invested in her stuff.
Yeah, because it was such a shitty movie.
But
it kind of ruined it a bit.
Yeah.
But like there are moments in the prequels when I get a bit emotional. But because George Lucas is so bad at dialogue, it ruins
and George Lucas has never spoken to. Somehow he's married, but has never spoken to a woman.
Like, yeah.
How did he get married without ever talking to a woman? I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, Bill Gates got married too, so.
Yeah, but Bill Gates had a lot
more
money.
Hodor. Fucking hold the door. That got spoilt to me before I watched the episode.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Cade, I see the comments before Angry does for some reason. I don't know why.
Which is very weird.
It's so weird.
It's very weird. I don't know why.
I've got Oh, the kitten's on my fucking 3D printer. Fuck off. And
Oh,
when I say
no.
kitten, he's huge.
I
He's like
know.
over 10 kilo. He's a
It's
fucking giant cat.
monster.
Yeah. And I think the reason my 3D printer doesn't work as well as it should is because this fucking giant Maine Coon is constantly climbing on my 3D printer. Anyway,
That actually makes a
um,
lot of sense.
I have, when I am on StreamYard, I also have the YouTube chat window open in a separate window off to
Yeah,
the side.
it would appear on YouTube quicker than it appears on StreamYard because
Yes.
StreamYard has to reroute it to show it to me on StreamYard.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm cheating. But anyway, so I avoided everything to do with Game of Thrones. I don't know why, but I
Yeah,
just didn't watch it
that's fair.
until like season 6. Like
Yeah.
seriously, like right up until the end of season 6. And then I binge watched it all in the lead up to season 7. I didn't know anything, like, at all. So, but one thing that did get spoilt for me was Hodor, because everyone was so emotional about it that
Yeah.
was the one thing that I got from osmosis, cultural
Yeah.
osmosis.
Yeah.
Even the Red Wedding I didn't know about it. I was watching it and was flabbergasted when it happened, even though it was
Yeah.
like years later. I
Yeah.
just wasn't spoilt by it.
Yeah. Because I was reading the books after the season 1 of the show came out. I think I saw the books on sale somewhere and I started reading the books. So I got ahead in the books and I met some people out one night, some lad who was, a fan of the Angry Aussie YouTube channel. We're chatting and his girlfriend, I know someone came out, we were both reading Game of Thrones and it was the weirdest conversation where she was a book or two ahead of me and both said something about hating spoilers. And straight after saying that, she told me what happened in the Red Wedding. And I was like, what? Why did you say that
What?
5 seconds after spoilers suck?
Damn.
Uh,
I know.
and again, it is slightly different in the book than it actually. There's one hugely significant difference in the book compared to the TV show, but even the Hodor thing and a bunch of other stuff, because George Martin hasn't published a book in over 10 years. So
Oh, he published. Oh, at the time or now?
no, I
Because he's
mean,
published Fire and Blood,
which is
which
a
is a
prequel,
prequel.
though. It's not. Yeah, no, but he hasn't published a Song of Ice and Fire book in 10 years. So his ending to the books is likely to be significantly different to the
Yes.
more than a tad shitty ending that was in the TV show. But also major plot points are going to be different. And
Well,
so
I
not
hope
least
so.
the version of Hodor could be different in the book as well, because that's not in the book yet.
Sorry, I'm just texting someone. Don't
That's
mind me.
okay. Yeah. Yeah, so Stella, you'd read the book, but the Red Wedding was still shocking. Well, because again, the Wedding in the TV show. Okay, this is not a spoiler because the book was published more than 10 years ago. In the Red Wedding in the TV show, they kill everyone, and there's this incredibly graphic thing where they stab Rob's pregnant wife in the belly.
Okay.
And she doesn't get killed in the book. She escapes. And she's pregnant with Rob's son or offspring. So her unborn offspring is the legitimate heir to the House Stark. But in the TV show, she and her unborn child are killed. But she doesn't get killed in the book. So her unborn child would be the legitimate heir to House Stark. So, but the books never got past it. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that didn't happen. And some of the stuff in the TV show was good. Like, again, there's like the Battle of the Bastards in the TV show. That battle scene in the mud was just fucking phenomenal. That the book hadn't reached that stage, so who knows how George is going to deal with it. The only bad
I would
thing,
just like to
yeah,
point out I'm drinking top shelf whiskey out of a mug.
hell
But
yes,
this mug is I received this as a gift from a teacher I had in primary school, I think grade 4.
yeah,
So this mug is legit like 20 years old, 40 years old, sorry.
yeah. So it's a serious mug.
Cheers. Yeah, it's a
Cheers.
serious mug for some serious whiskey.
Yeah.
And I'm just like sipping some Starward Nova here.
It's a class
So,
drink.
cheers.
And yes, Stella, you're right. Rob's wife is totally different in the books. Yes, she is a noble. Yeah, I think
Actually, I'm gonna
you're
put some
right.
ice
She
in
may
it.
not have been at the because she wouldn't have survived the Red Wedding if she was there. I think she just in the book.
I'll be
she
back
just
in a sec.
wasn't there. That's okay. Yeah. So if and when the George Martin authored conclusion to the Game of Thrones are published, they're going to be radically different to the TV show. Again, the fall off in quality in the last season of the Game of Thrones TV show was fucking mind blowing because there was just so much stuff where you look at it and go, well, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? You know, what are you doing here? And I just like to think George Martin will handle it better. But remains to be seen, I guess, exactly what happens in that. If I feel like if I know what's happened to Abigail.
Look, I just sweared so loud. I'm surprised you didn't hear it, even though my mic was muted.
Yeah.
I just bought some expensive cotton yarn.
Yeah.
That's just really good for crocheting because a lot of cotton yarns isn't. And the fucking kitten turned it into fucking Swiss cheese. Just this fucking mess of spaghetti.
So that's going to be real drama to use properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like it was like $10, but
still
$10 a ball is expensive when
Yeah.
you're making a big thing out of like 4 or 5 balls.
Yeah.
Yes.
So major drama.
And he's just sitting there. He's just fucking sitting there.
Just sitting there.
Fucking cat. And I expected Will to be home, actually. Sorry, I'm off on so many tangents right now.
But that's what makes conversations fun. We're going to jump to a couple of different tangents.
So I have. This is the first night in a long time I felt safe getting drunk. It's so cathartic. Yeah. It's so cathartic because I've wanted to get drunk, but I haven't felt safe doing so. Yeah. So I've like I knew I would be a just crazy, bad, depressed drunk, and I'd probably hurt myself. So this is actually really good for me right now.
Yeah, good. And yes, still on Game of Thrones, I agree, Stella. Particularly Lady Stoneheart was a really interesting thing. And that's, for those who don't know, that's Rob's mother. She was killed in the TV show. And she's killed in the book, but she somehow comes back as this sort of undead thing who just judges people. And that's why she's called Lady Stoneheart. And that's a trippy as fuck character that I want to see where it goes. And yes, the shit that goes on in Dawn, the resolution of the Dawn stuff in the TV show was quite disappointing. But yes, I am looking forward to, and from what I've heard, certainly over the last 10 years, George Martin has an entire staff who, as he writes stuff, he has people who are responsible for remembering. So George goes, da, 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 and there are people who go, George, that can't happen because in book 3 on page 257, you said X, Y, Z. And George goes, awesome, I forgot I wrote that. And
Wow.
so he's
Yeah.
got staff whose sole job is to fucking memorize the books. So when George writes some new stuff, they go through it and go, yeah, George, that can't happen because it contradicts what you wrote over
So
here.
that resonates. I have this D&D campaign that I've been working on since I was 16/18 years old. I've run
Yeah.
it 3 times, and the third time I'm in the middle of right now.
Yeah.
And each time I run it, it gets just better and better and better.
Nice.
And I've got it all in notes and pieces of paper and software and notepad files, and it's just a disparate collection of maps and notes, and I need staff to keep track of all the shit I've put in this. But each time I run it, it's a fucking masterpiece.
Nice.
And no one knows, and thank goodness no one who's ever played it is on this stream, as far as I'm aware. Just like, okay, so the analogy I like to use is a duck. Now, when you see a duck on a pond, it's just gracefully walking along, running,
Yes.
just floating along the pond. No one needs to know how frantic those legs are
That's the thing,
under
how
the
frantic
water.
legs are moving underwater, yes.
Yeah, and that's what this magnum opus of mine is. It's just a frantic, disparate spaghetti collection of notes and ideas. But every time I run it, people think, "Wow, Abigail, you should publish that." And I'm like, "No way, no way, not gonna happen."
I'm just going to join you in just a shot of whiskey now.
Oh, cool.
Which one?
I'm enjoying my whiskey on the rocks here. This is
That's
actually
what
quite
I'm
nice.
thinking. Starwood, Hungarian Oak. I'm also thinking just to start. I had Solera. Where's my Solera? Too many whiskeys. Wait, is that it? No, that is Balcones, Texas whiskey. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. This one. This is one of the upmarket Starwoods. Tawny number 2. Aged in Australian port. They're not allowed to call it port. It's one of the EU regulations. Port has to come from Portugal now.
Okay.
Yeah, I never realized that's why it's called port, because it was from Portugal or parts of Spain as well. So the Australian makers who used to make port, now it's called Tawny. So this is a single malt, fully matured in Tawny barrels. 48%, filled in 2015, bottled in 2022. So aged 7 years in port barrels. I'm just sounding like such a fucking wanker at this point. Just take a little shot of Tawny number 2. Cade, what do I think of Law and Order?
I used to watch
great
it.
shows that are absolutely propaganda, they absolutely fucking lie about what cops do. My favorite irony. Sorry, what were you going to say?
The legal profession.
Yeah. My favorite irony about Law and Order SVU, which is arguably the best strain of Law and Order, and that thing this show is about the people who prosecute the most heinous crimes. One of the showrunners on that
was arrested for child porn and they were let off. They actually were in possession of child porn and they were let off because of all their contacts in the police department. And that to me is the ultimate irony. They do this show
Fuck
where
off.
sexual offenders are regarded as the most heinous. And one of them was actually into kiddie porn and was
Fuck
caught
off.
and prosecuted, and they were let off because of all their contacts in the police department. If that don't beat all.
Fucked. Fucking
It's kind of
hell.
like I really enjoy the comedy series Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but there's no denying it's propaganda. And even the last season tried to address the fact we've been propaganda all along, and it's really hard to ignore how bad the cops are now.
I haven't watched the last season of Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
The whole thing is them trying to come to terms with we've been propaganda all along, and it's really hard to do that without acknowledging the cops are corrupt and hassling, prosecuting, and murdering minorities. And they're trying to come to terms with it last season.
I also enjoy military propaganda movies.
Oh, holy shit. So I'm the worst fucking hypocrite. I fucking love war movies.
Yeah, military sci-fi movies. Like, fucking sign me up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would, I get it, but also fucking, the police, defund the police, but how funny is Brooklyn Nine-Nine? And
so we've got Stella in. She's going to have a nip with the Archie Rose truffle. See, now I'm going to do it. I'm going to have an. This is so the Tawny number 2. It's like chocolate and raisins and a bit of a spicy little bite in it.
Did you just say the C word?
Chocolate. Several of my
said it again.
Several of my whiskeys. I think Abigail just realized she has chocolate.
Oh yes. Okay, so I was at
good news.
I was at my trauma counselor, and they
gave you chocolate?
At the end of the session they had to extend it because I was a bit traumatized. Funny about that. So they brought me 2 things and extended the session by 5 minutes, and then brought me Lindor balls and a golden retriever. And so I have a Lindor ball.
Oh,
that I'd forgotten about until now. Oh yeah. Now I'm going to seductively eat this Lindor ball.
Oh yeah, and that's a very seductive
while drunk, live on stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice. So the seductive chocolate is control thing. I actually wanted to come back to the propaganda thing. Because Mrs. Angry watches a lot of British cop shows. Now I watch some a common, relatively subtle bit of propaganda in British cop shows or British shows that involve crime is making blanket surveillance a good thing, because England is one of the most surveilled countries in the world, just with video surveillance everywhere. And it's a comparatively subtle bit of propaganda, but it comes up again and again and again in this British shows, is why it's good that the cops have video surveillance and why it's bad if they don't have video surveillance in a particular thing. And that is much more subtle than a lot of the American propaganda, but it comes up just absolutely consistently in British shows that it's good that the cops have near blanket surveillance. B, bad if they don't have surveillance footage of a particular thing. And
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
fucking creepy.
Yeah, that tracks. Stella,
Yeah.
what you may have
Oh,
missed
Stella
is
just
that
walked back in for the seductive
I
chocolate.
just ate some chocolate. Like,
Yeah.
but it was seductive chocolate
Lindor
eating.
ball. Yeah.
Oh, it was really
Rewind and
nice.
check it out.
Yeah,
Stella.
you should totally like rewind it and roll back the tape.
Mm.
Oh,
So it's 20 number 2. It's also just a little bit spicy. Again, not my favorite whiskey, but very interesting. Just the flavors that are in it. It's really a bunch going on in that, which is what I really enjoy when something's more than one thing.
Yeah.
I actually haven't had Nova for a while. But,
this cocktail I had tonight was, I mean, it was sweet. They had an orange and lemon slice in it. So it first hits you with citrus, but then the whiskey hits you, and it's just good. And they put a berry liqueur in it, and it wasn't in its final form because they wanted to use a blackberry liqueur. So they had to use something else instead. So apparently I have to go back and try it out when they get their
okay. Well, I'm keen to go there with
blueberry.
you.
For sure.
So,
and Stella, yes, it was a Lindor ball, so
yeah.
Of course it was great.
So I was thinking this cocktail bar Mrs. Angry and I found a little while ago called the Carnegie Commons. It's quite nice looking. You know, they have a list of classics they do and their signature ones. I had what did we have? Oh yeah, there was a whiskey-based tiki drink, whiskey, falernum, passion fruit, pineapple. That was really nice. But yeah, the one that knocked it out of the park was this yuzu whiskey sour, and it's just bourbon and yuzu, which is a Japanese citrus, and lemon and sugar and egg white. So on paper, it's close to a bog standard whiskey sour, but the balance they got with the citrus and the sweetness was just fucking amazing. It's just incredible. Stella, okay, Jaeger cocktails. Well, that's fun. You won a bottle of Jaeger. Okay, Jaeger gets a bad rap because all we remember is Jaeger bombs and shit.
So, can I just add my 2 cents here?
Yes.
And scent number 1, I love a Jaeger bomb.
Yeah.
I mean, I just like Red Bull and Jaeger, like the whole thing. Scent number 2, Stella, I want to see this Halloween costume, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you won a competition, that's...
Yeah, like, just, you know, you've got my DMs. I would really appreciate checking out this Halloween costume, if that's okay.
Okay, so my recommendation to you, Stella, there's a website called Difford's Guide. So it's diffordsguide.com. It's got thousands of cocktail recipes, but under one of their links called Cocktail Finder, you can put in ingredients. And so Jägermeister is going to be a liqueur. So I just go there and find Jägermeister and tell me how many cocktails. They've got 25 recipes with Jägermeister in them. So it depends what else you match. But, oh God, the death flip. That's a weird one. That was actually invented in a Melbourne bar and became world famous. A flip means it's got a whole egg in it. So it's you're getting this weird sort of custardy consistency in the cocktail, which for variation, I actually quite like flips every now and then. It's like I
I
can't.
have
I
no
wouldn't
idea
have
what
like
a flip is.
I wouldn't have 3 flips in a row because I'd end up throwing up just from that much. But just it's like a custody dessert thing. But yeah, I'd recommend go on diffordsguide.com and go in the cocktail finder and just put in Jägermeister. I think German Vacation is another popular one. That's rum and Jägermeister. Yeah, they've got 25 cocktail recipes with Jägermeister in it. But yeah, some people think all you can do with Jaeger is the Jaeger bombs. But it's a pretty good quality herbal liqueur. And for that matter, you could substitute it for another herbal liqueur, like find recipes that say green chartreuse and just swap in Jägermeister. Is going to taste different, but in terms of balance, like green chartreuse is a herbal liqueur, Jägermeister is a herbal liqueur. The balance will still be there. It will taste quite different to if you made the same drink with green chartreuse, but in terms of balancing the cocktail, the balance will still be there. So that would be the second tip I'd give. Yes, Abigail.
Firstly, I put something in private chat for you, Angry.
Oh yes, you did too.
Secondly,
Yes.
Cade, Red Bull doesn't actually give you rings. That is correct. But I'm surprised that the showrunners for Rings of Power didn't include it in the last episode of season 1 to explain something about the Rings of Power being made, because, that's where we're at now.
The Rings of Power.
But it's actually wings, not rings.
Yes.
And I'm just playing off your typo.
I know.
In a humorous way, and just vibing that. So yeah.
You know where it is vibe? I want to watch, because I've got the luxury box set of the Lord of the Rings with just the hours and hours and hours of extra stuff.
Yeah, I love those
certainly love.
extras. I can just chill watching those all day.
Yeah, they're brilliant. Like I forget how many discs are in this set. It's like 10
4
discs or
each.
something.
There's 4 for each movie from memory.
Okay, I haven't
So
looked at it
12
for ages.
in total.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm taking off my shoes.
That's okay. I'm feeling I
actually
want to watch The Lord of the Rings again, because I want to see if the effects still hold up. Because the last time I watched it was years ago, and I thought, man, these effects still hold up, because they
There's
did that
some
really
that
good
are a
mix.
bit.
Oh, there's got to be
some that are
some that are a bit dodgy, but they do that really good mix of practical effects and computer generated effects.
Yeah.
And it was also the mix of computer generated, full scale sets, miniatures, and what they called maxis, which are
they called them bigatures. Miniatures
that's right,
and
bigatures. Sorry,
bigatures.
that's right.
Yeah.
So it was like Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith. They had sets that were about as big as you. They were up to about 2 meters.
They were full scale. They were scale miniatures of like the full size of like giant things. So they might have been 100-to-1 scale in miniature, but they were massive things. So they were they were technically miniatures, but they were just large miniatures.
You would see
AKA
people walking
bigatures.
around this structure of Helm's Deep or Minas Tirith, and the thing is clearly like 2 meters tall or whatever, and it's this amazingly detailed thing. And they just, the way they mixed up miniatures, bigatures, computer generated, full scale sets, forced perspective.
Yep.
It was incredibly clever.
Yeah. When I watch Lord of the Rings, I don't notice bad effects because I'm so engrossed with the story.
Yes.
And I'm so engrossed with the lore behind the story.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's just me.
Yeah.
And if you watch it with me, like, even though, like, the extended versions, which are the only versions I watch, are like
Yes.
3 hours each.
Yes.
So technically, it's roughly 10 hours
Mm.
of movie, but it takes a full like 12/15 hours to watch when you watch it with me, because of all the times I'm pausing it and giving you a lore dump
Yeah.
during the movies. And so if I ever say, let's go back to my place and Lord of the Rings and chill means pausing Lord of the Rings and giving you a lore dump. That's
Yeah.
chill. If I want to chill, we're not watching Lord of the Rings, because we
Yeah.
will
No, that's not
actually watch Lord of the Rings. So
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so Stella, I knew there was a reason I thought you were a woman of class and
It was the
sophistication. I
theatrical
too
cut
have
to
not
the
watched the
theater.
theatrical cut
Yeah.
since the theater.
Yeah. So yeah, the box set I have, because it's such a big box set, all the disc sets, theatrical release, extended release, and then just a fucking shit ton of making of stuff.
The
Which
appendices, yeah.
the
I
appendices.
love that they called it the appendices.
Yeah. It's
A
just
callback
great.
to the book.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, probably the only weirdly dodgy bit was the dwarf tossing jokes. I was like, why would you do
Look,
that?
there's a bunch of stuff that I'm like, why? But like the elves at Helm's Deep and the dwarf tossing.
Yeah, that was okay.
The
I
elves,
get you.
there is a reason. There is a logistical reason why the elves were at Helm's Deep, and it was
Yeah,
like Peter Jackson had painted himself into a corner in that one.
yeah,
He kind of had to leave the footage in.
yeah.
Oh, Stella, I would
You have a
jump
geeky
at the
time.
opportunity to watch Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings with you as well.
yeah. I could let the elves at Helm's Deep go. It was a bit weird the first time I
It
watched it.
was. Do you know the backstory behind it?
Not really.
So originally, Arwen was supposed to be at Helm's Deep. It was. I
Okay,
mean,
that's
it
getting
wasn't in the books at all. Forget the
no,
books.
no. That's getting very weird. If I know
That
what's going on.
actually filmed Liv Tyler as Arwen
Yeah,
at Helm's Deep. And of course, she's not going to travel alone to Helm's Deep. So they had an entourage, and that was
yeah.
her entourage.
Right.
And so it actually made it to the theatrical cut. You can see certain scenes, you can actually see her in there, just in the background.
Okay.
And like in post, they realized how fucking ridiculous that was. So they went back for reshoots and thought, well, we've got all this footage. It would cost way too much to just take all the elves out at this point. So like they were like, he just had to say, who do we replace Arwen with? And let's do Haldir. So it
Yeah.
ended up being Haldir. So they
Yeah.
only had to replace like 2 shots
Yeah.
instead of like 100.
Yeah.
So
Okay, I
yeah,
didn't know that.
that's
That's
the
an interesting
backstory.
bit. And
Yeah.
another bit that I was a little confused about why I decided to do was Faramir and Osgiliath. And I was like,
I mean, which scene?
Well, everything. The whole thing with Osgiliath's not in the book.
in the Two Towers.
Yeah, the Two Towers. Yeah.
Oh, taking the ring and Frodo back to Osgiliath. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was.
That was.
Yeah.
I thought, why are you doing this?
Yeah, because they wanted to show Faramir as more like Boromir and more tempted by the ring. In the books, he was slightly tempted and then just wasn't tempted at all and knew that he should resist. And so it was in sorry, not the glittering caves, in the caves where the outpost was, that he sent the hobbits off on their way.
Yeah.
But in the movie, Peter Jackson wanted to show Faramir as a bit more human,
more tempted and whatnot. But
and
yeah,
more tempted. So how do you do that? Well, he's going back to Osgiliath, and
yeah,
it was I know. Look,
yeah,
the Two Towers was the most law breaking, in my opinion, of all three movies. So
I was also tempted that. Sorry, not tempted. I was also somewhat disappointed that he didn't put Faramir and what's her name together, which is what happens in the book. What's her name from Rohan? God, I've had a couple of drinks.
Yeah. Oh God, so have I.
Yeah, right. So
yeah.
Who are they? The horse people. I can't remember any of them. Eowyn.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Eowyn and
I am no
Faramir
man. Which. Yeah, that was in the Houses of Healing. That's in the extended cut.
I was kind of confused. Like the extra stuff he put in, and then stuff he left out. I thought, I don't think you've really justified leaving that stuff out while adding in a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So Stella got it. That was in the extended cut. So there's an entire chapter in the book the chapter's called The Houses of Healing, where they in the extended cut they actually show it, where they're healing Eowyn from the effects of fighting the Witch King of Angmar, and seeing Faramir there, and when they fall in love. And in the theatrical cut, it jump cuts to them both standing together at the coronation, and it's just weird. It's just so like, why are they standing together? So yeah, it was a bit weird.
Yeah.
So yeah, you look super tired there, Andrew.
Oh no, I'm kind of okay. It is. Well, it's what
you look like you're falling asleep.
Okay.
No.
I'm actually fine. But all this talk just make me want to go back and watch it again, because I haven't watched it for a little while. And again, God, who was it? Who was? Sorry, again, this is a bit of trivia. Who was originally cast as Aragorn, and then they couldn't stand him on the set, and he got fired, and Viggo Mortensen came.
I don't remember.
All right, now I want to look it up, because that was a great bit.
But do you know who convinced what's his name to play Aragorn? God, no? I can't remember his name. What's the actor's name?
Viggo Mortensen.
Yes, Viggo Mortensen. Because Viggo had never read the books. He just thought it was a role, and he was ready to turn it down. But his son had read the books, and he was like so excited about it. And he said, "Dad, you got to do this. You just have to. It will change your life." And it's okay, I trust you. And he did it. And the first scene that Viggo Mortensen shot was on Weathertop, fighting the ring wraiths.
Right.
After like no sword training or anything.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
yeah, that
that's pretty
was
wild.
the rest is
It was
history.
Robert Townsend.
Robert, I don't even know who that is.
I think he was in one of the Interview with a Vampire movies.
There were 2. Oh, there was that Queen
There
of
were
the
3, I think.
3. I know someone because they shot Queen of the Damned in Melbourne,
Yeah,
and
they did. Yeah.
I know someone who was in that rave at that big concert at the end.
Yeah. Yes, I think everyone knows someone who was in that.
The goth scene in Melbourne. If you were in the scene, you knew someone who was in that concert at the end of Queen of the Damned.
Yeah. So Stuart Townsend, what's he been in?
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, no, he was in Queen of the Damned. Yeah. Okay. IMDb. I think that was probably his biggest chance at being a star. Queen of the Damned. Yeah, no, looking at his filmography, done a bunch of TV stuff, but I think I think his biggest chance of being a star was Queen of the Damned, and it didn't really work out. Oh wow, we got the porn bot again. All right, I feel.
Okay. I'm not looking at StreamYard chat.
Yeah.
So I didn't see it.
No, I missed it. We got the porn bot. I feel loved that getting a porn bot. Because they've been gone.
You're not interested in hot MILFs in your area?
I mean, I absolutely am. I just think that is lying to me. It's like one of the funniest things ever to me is like however many years ago that when that Ashley Madison site got hacked, and not only did all the dudes who had accounts, and the tagline of that site was, have an affair. It was targeting people to have affairs, and not only did all the dudes who had accounts get their personal details made public because of the hack, but the thing it revealed is the overwhelming majority of the women on it, if not all of them, were actually sex workers. There were no women on the site who were just average women looking to have affairs with men. It was all sex workers who were going to charge the men again. So it's like the site was completely fucking bogus. Their whole thing about, we're just hooking up people who are going to get down to fucking. And it was actually just a complete scam. Almost all of the women on it were sex workers. It was, that to me was just hilarious. And there's nothing wrong with hiring a sex. Oh, what are you sharing, Dr. Abigail?
This is
wow.
I just because my phone's been on silent. Yeah. This is Stella's winning Halloween costume.
Oh, nice.
And I have permission from Stella to share this image.
Yes.
Very nice. I love it. I love that the black and the spikes and the horns, and very nice.
Very nice indeed.
Love it. I have to go to my room now.
Yes. What's the saying? I'll be in my bunk.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, Stella. Yeah, people signed up to Ashley Madison with their work.
Oh yeah, yeah. Why would you do that?
It was just like the dorks who signed up for that site absolutely got rinsed. They were just, it just like, they were made to look like fools. If they were married, they ended up being divorced because of it. And yeah, they used work email, so a bunch of them lost their jobs for just being stupid. Although that does remind me, there's a guy who's read from the early days of the internet, Bruce Schneer, who's a security expert, super smart guy. And he was just like, you know what? You know how to fuck people up? you go to where all the corporate offices are, and you have these flyers out about free porn, and all the people have to do is sign up for a free account, put in an email address, a username and password. And he goes, a percentage of them are fucking morons, and they will use an email address that absolutely identifies who they are, and they will use the same password they use for everything. And then you will go like, that's Joe Blogs. And I look up, he's actually a senior manager at this company. And I bet if I come up with the code, the password, the usernames that company uses, this idiot's going to have used the same password, and I'll get into the system. And
Yep.
I remember the person who wrote this article was kind of like, you're kind of terrifying, Bruce. And he's just going, oh no, I've just been doing this too long. People are fucking morons. And I can tell you 10 different ways people are complete goddamn idiots. And I could, I set up a free porn thing, and they'll give me their username and password.
Good night, Cade.
Good night, Cade.
You've been weird, but we still love you.
Yeah, I mean, weird is something we love here, so.
Yeah. There are so many people who are alive, and a percentage of those many billions of people work in business. And a percentage of those people are fucking morons.
Oh, yeah.
And all you need to do is just cast a wide net, and you will find them.
Yeah.
And hack and slay. And this is how we get the Optus hack and the Medibank hack. Like,
I love
people are fucking morons.
Yeah, I love when people don't understand how percentages work on big numbers. Like, something like, COVID. People say, oh, why are you upset? It only kills 1% of people. And you go, do you know how many people that is?
Yes.
And my favorite is always when you get some survey like X% of Americans believe some terrifying batshit thing. And some people say, oh, what are you worried? It's a small number. It's like 5%. That's tiny. And you go, do you realize that's 15 million people? They are saying 15 million people in the United States believe this absolute batshit thing. And I mean, 40% of them believe weird things. 40% is like 150 million people. But you'll get like these numbers, and it's like 10, when you work out the percentages, it's 10, 15, 20 million people believe something that's utterly unhinged, utterly out there. And you go, well, that's unsettling. That's not good. I don't feel good about that. Just But yeah, people who just completely fail to understand percentages, probabilities, and risk. Absolutely does my head in. Because I work in cybersecurity and I work in risk, and I try to explain to people, do you know what this level of risk means? It means you are saying in the next 5 years, this is almost certainly going to happen. When you say something, it's low risk, there's only a 20% chance, and you're saying 20% each year.
That's 1 in 5.
Saying in 5 years, this is almost certain to happen, unless you do something to stop it. And they go, what? Like,
that's disastrously high.
Yeah, I know. And I work in disaster recovery, and I go, could you respond? Could you recover if this happened? But it probably won't happen. And I'll go, okay, it has happened multiple times in the last 5 years.
Well, I think after the last 2 hacks, people are Yeah, business is finally
Yeah.
starting to realize just how serious and how
Yeah. Yeah.
undefended they are.
Yeah.
And
No.
yeah.
Yeah. We joke in my team. Well, no one's going to fuck with our budget now. It's
Nice. Oh.
it's just like we say, like, we need to do the following, and management goes, that's going to cost a bit, and go, Optus, Medibank, okay, and like,
Nice.
oh, nice.
Yeah.
Stella's been
That's how
garlic
you get
harvesting.
Optus.
Oh wow, roast chook with garlic. I bet that does smell.
Oh.
I bet that's fantastic. So, is it just the combination of your hanging garlic and the fact you are roasting a chook? Those two combining make your house smell great.
So I'm a vegetarian, but fuck me if roast chook doesn't smell absolutely fucking
It does smell good.
amazing. Like,
Yeah,
come on.
yeah.
Especially with like rosemary or
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
garlic. Garlic, it just gets me.
Yeah, garlic's everywhere. Yeah, on the vegetarian
Yeah.
front, I like cooking up stuff that's like a mix of keeping it like relatively simple, like mushroom, onion, capsicum with garlic and herbs, and that's just killer. That's you can use that with so many things. With pasta or with right. It's just like, oh, yum. And because I'm a
So
meat, I just go.
I'm
for
going to Stella's place just for
Yeah, I reckon.
yeah. That sounds like it smells amazing, and I'm just taking some.
Even from all the
Panadol.
way over here, I feel like I can smell that in Western Australia. So I'm just putting these chips back before I eat anymore. Going back into the snack cupboard. Right, you can go there.
So I'm gonna learn how to astral travel just to get to Stella's place and smell this garlic and roast chook.
Well, you need to talk to Aidsy. He's very blasé in his ability to astral travel.
Yes.
Oh man, they ate half the Tim Tams tonight. I'm gonna have a Tim Tam before they're over.
Oh, don't! Oh, everything's shut around here. Remember when everything was 24-hour?
Yeah,
the golden age of like fucking supermarkets and shit, where they were open 24 hours.
Well, yeah,
and now they fucking shut at 10:30, 11 o'clock. And I like, there's a 7-Eleven down the road. I guess I could go there, but they cost twice as much. And it's fucking sports bar crowd.
Coles are selling Tim Tams half price this week. So just throwing that out there.
My boots back on.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll just tell you, garlic.
I'll wait till tomorrow.
Taste it as you're braiding it. Yeah.
Oh, I love garlic. Garlic is life. I tried growing garlic and it just didn't work for me. Like everything else has worked except garlic. What is it about garlic?
I don't think Mrs. Angry has tried to grow garlic. She grows heaps of stuff. I don't think she's tried to grow garlic. I'll have to ask her about it. Is garlic difficult, or she just could never be bothered?
Yeah, it just didn't take. Like it sprouted and then just like got halfway up, like about 4 or 5 centimeters, and then just died. Maybe I was overwatering it. Oh, Stella. Stella just sent me a bunch of pictures of her garlic.
I was also just thinking of literal garlic porn, like naked people roasting garlic and feeding each other garlic.
Holy cow, look at the size of that garlic.
Yeah, like honestly, when Stella posted, my garlic is fucking huge, I was going, is that a euphemism? Is that some sexual reference that I haven't kept up with. But we're just being excited by actual garlics at the moment.
Like garlic.
Noise with the garlic.
That's a mighty garlic. I'm jealous of your garlic.
So I'm just now thinking of Invader Sim. I have a mighty need for garlic.
Every time I have a shower, I come out of the shower and I just say, the stink of clean, which is again an Invader Zim quote.
So many quotable quotes in Invader Zim. As we come up the
Yes.
Christmas thing, the episode where Zim took over Christmas, and it has the whole song about Santa and his jolly boots of doom.
I miss my tuna, having just eaten it. Do you want to wake up the entire planet? I do.
I think I've got the complete original run of Zim on disc, actually. I haven't watched it for a little while. But there was a couple of years ago, there was I think it was a movie that Netflix paid for, and I never actually watched it.
There was a
I heard
movie?
it was okay. But it was like they did get the original guy, Jonan Vasquez, to write it. It's one of those unfortunate things. I got in my comic collection somewhere. I've got like the original pre-Zim comics Jonan Vasquez did, which there's a really funny and weird fucked up one called I Feel Sick. It is, you can see the lineage of this going to Zim. But yeah, then he came up with Invader Zim, and as I understand it, like whichever company produced the comic said like, yeah, you're great. We'll turn this into an animated thing. It'll be famous, but you have to sign over all rights to us. And because he was a young, struggling writer, it was just like, my thing's going to get made. This is awesome. And so he'd signed over all licensing rights. So he never made any money from any merch or anything. And there was a lot of Zim merch.
That's such a shame.
Yeah.
I'm just like distracted by Stella and garlic. Yeah.
She's done selective breeding over 3 generations.
My problem is that I don't have sunlight. I don't have a yard.
You don't have a yard.
I don't even have a balcony. I'm on the 14th floor of a high rise. So I have grow lights and that's it. And pots. So like I have to be vigilant with watering, and I have one of my grow lights, the one here, the power box here, this black bar here, that's the power brick, recently started buzzing because it's a cheap ass piece of crap from China. So I had to retire it before it blew up and set my house on fire.
Yeah, that's all bad.
And my apartment has actual sprinklers, not smoke alarms, sprinklers. So if they go off, it's something like ridiculous, like 10 gallons of water per second.
That's going to ruin everything in your flat.
Everything I own destroyed. All my magic cards, all my computer, everything gone. So I just unplugged it. And so I can't grow garlic in here. It's just too warm.
I'm also
outside.
I'm also going to throw out Stella saying bung him in the dirt, let him go. I think that's a sex euphemism too.
I'm not that dirty.
Good night. Yeah. Sorry, my offspring just got home. He's been working and he's just got home. So I'm just checking in.
So
Working
garlic
at a
needs
bar.
cold.
On a was it
I'm
Friday night? I was about to say
headachy.
I momentarily forgot what night it was, but
It's Friday.
Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Oh, see, I went to The Cure, and you went to Rebecca Black. I'm embarrassed for you right now.
No, I think Rebecca Black handled everything really well.
Rebecca Black's
Well, eventually, yeah, she did. Like, she owned that shit and
Yeah,
turned
no,
it
I think
around. And now she's queer, which is
Yeah.
awesome.
I know I made fun of it at the time because it was hilarious. What it turned out,
Oh,
there
look,
was just
everyone
this
did.
thing in Los Angeles where some guy was basically fooling rich parents into paying him money to do this terrible shit for their kids. And that's where it came from. But because Friday in particular, because it had so much wrong with it, got so much notoriety. And I joined in. I made a video mocking it at the time. But after a while, you kind of got to work out it's pretty incredible how she handled it because she was just mocked.
Yeah, and she was so
actually handled it.
young.
And she
She was
handled
really
it
young.
really well. So I ended up
Yeah.
making a video defending her that Friday is objectively better and more intelligent than the insane clown posse. I was making fun of that insane clown posse thing of magnets. How do they work?
Quantum
and I just
spin.
was basically pointing out Friday was internally consistent and made sense. And
Yeah.
insane clown posse is fucking stupid. I
Also,
did manage to piss off some juggalos.
Nice. Stella, I am reading your chats here.
And yes, I also agree, Stella. Sometimes we just need to do single entendres.
Yeah. So if I could grow anything, it would probably be vanilla, and that is a single entendre.
Yes.
About myself.
Yes.
Not make of that what you will. I'm not that dirty. Come on. I look.
Just stick to growing mushrooms.
Yes, in Minecraft.
Yes. No, just portobello mushrooms to make nice.
Yeah, and the odd shiitake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for making pasta.
I fucking love vanilla. But don't be knocking vanilla now.
Vanilla is one of the most expensive and sought after things in the world.
I love
there's
vanilla.
some really funny memes. Sorry, what are you gonna say?
Vanilla ice cream with chocolate topping as a milkshake is my jam. Like that shit legit is just food. Like sometimes that's my ambrosia.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pure animal fat, but sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need a hit of vanilla ice cream.
Yeah. I've seen some funny memes with someone going like, if my ancestors could see me, and someone who's like, my life's gone shitty. If my ancestors could see me, they would think all their sacrifices are worth a look at her. She's using whole vanilla pods and cinnamon to make her tea.
Look at all those cloves.
Truly she has reached the status of royalty.
Yes.
Because some of this stuff was not that long ago the most sought after and expensive substances on the earth.
Yeah, like a handful of cloves used to set you back like 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Like in British pounds. Like
yeah.
And now I've got a jar of them up in my pantry.
Oh my god, the spices that I've got in the cupboard over there go back a couple hundred years, and you could have bought a small country with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even
Globalization.
not that vanilla bean pods are particularly cheap now. They're not. They're quite expensive. But, we've done things where you use them in cooking, like you scrape out all the seeds and cook something up in them, and then take the seed pod out. And I like put that in caster sugar or something. And so you end up with vanilla caster sugar. It's like such a potent thing that you've actually cooked it. You've boiled it. You've scraped its guts out. You've boiled it and you've cooked it with something. Then you take it out and dry it out again, and then put it in some sugar. And the vanilla flavor just permeates all the sugar. It's just this incredible thing.
Nice.
Chris, we stayed up long enough. Good morning.
It suddenly got very free in here.
I know. I do feel much
just when we needed some freedom.
I know. Oh God, I'm gonna have to. It's like 1:40. I'm going to have to go
Oh,
to bed.
but I'm so fucked right now.
Yeah. Okay. I think, Chris, we have the freedom to go to bed now.
I'm gonna be so hungover in the morning.
I am. I'm going to sleep in quite a bit, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to. I've got my maraschino cherry that's been stewing in my drinks all night.
I've got a friend coming over tomorrow. I'm gonna have to cancel because I'm fucked. I'm just so hungover.
Oh my God. Speaking of exotica, I fucking love maraschino cherries. Jesus, that's so good.
Oh, I really, 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 really fucking needed to just get drunk and be happy tonight. It was
and
so
how
good
good is it? You did it. Yes. Fucking yeah. Yeah.
I had a beautiful woman on my arm and I went to a symphony orchestra. It was so good.
And how good is that? So good. All right. So I think we are going to retire. Chris,
thanks for joining us, Chris, and good to see you, Stella. And Megaleech, thanks for the tip. I will drink some water.
I'm going to drink a bit of water before bedtime.
Yeah, that is excellent advice.
And I think I'm going to sleep in quite a bit.
I'm turning all my alarms off.
We do think, for the people who want the minutiae of my life, this is how it works. Like 2 a.m., I'm going to go sleep on the lounge now to not disturb Mrs. Angry. And then I'll probably get woken up by the sunrise. And Mrs. Angry's usually wakes up.
I have a night shade that I wear, just a sleeping mask.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put that on and turn my alarms off and just have cats lying on me. And it's going to be glorious.
This one's going to lie on me when I go in on the lounge. She'll go in and lie on me. But I'll get woken up by the sunrise. And then I'll go in. Mrs. Angry will probably be awake at that point. So I'll go into bed and snuggle up with her for a while. Then she'll go, yeah, I'm awake now, though. And she'll get out. And I'll go, I'm not. And then I'll sleep for several more hours in the bed. But also...
I still have this picture of Stella's Halloween costume.
Understandable. All right.
So, good night.
Been a fun one. So thank you, fine people, for joining us. I will probably do a stream on Sunday night for anyone who wants to join. We'll see how that goes. But wherever you find people are, I hope you're taking care, looking after yourself. See you another time.